สวัสดีครับ Good morning อาจารย์ศิลปภา Can you hear me? How are you?
So,พี่เจมส์ I think something wrong with my camera. I cannot open. แป๊บนึงนะ I will reconnect again.
Okay, yes, I see. Morning อาจารย์
Good
Mary.
morning.
Morning.
Good
from
morning,
Thailand.
James.
How are you?
Fine, thank you. You look fresh.
Thank you. You too. Yes.
What's the weather like in your place? Cool?
It's sunny, but the temperature is 20 degrees Celsius.
Oh,
It's quite good. It's a lovely weather this morning. How is the weather like in Myanmar?
it's sunny and a little cold in the morning.
Is it cloudy or sunny?
Sunny. At present, it's sunny.
Oh, newcomer, look fresh. อาจารย์ศิลปภา I can see you now. Also, let me say hello to.
Oh, I forgot to unmute my microphone.
Let me say
How
hello.
are you?
Me, I'm doing
over
well
there?
this morning. Yes, maybe I had the longest sleep over the week,
Really?
about 7 to 8 hours.
Okay, so you feel refreshing now.
Right. Yes, I've got coffee and gancha.
Gancha this morning.
Right. It's kind of it looks like tea. I got it from a school, a school in Buriram, and they have permission from the government to plant for experiment, and they have the tea, the cannabis gancha tea for visitors. Just soak in the water and we can drink like tea.
Morning ค่ะ
Morning.
Good morning.
หนาวอ่ะ อยู่บ้านนอกไม่มีสูตรด้วย
You nonna, right?
Yes I am นอนนา
You should nonna last week before the English test.
You know I just submit my BRU test score on Thursday otherwise I will pay for one course
คะแนนมันออกแล้วเหรอ
อาจารย์ขวัญ
yes
when you sit on the chair in front of your camera, the screen works. But when you stand up or get off from your chair, the screen doesn't work.
really
So it reminds you that you have to be, on the chair all the time.
but I'm not gonna use this screen I'll use my computer because I will write in my iPad Do you have breakfast yet?
Yes, this morning. That kind of moving, right? And sleeping
Moving.
with my
Classic breakfast. What time is it? Oh, it's almost time.
right.
I'll try to turn.
9 of us are now.
Yes, we're all here.
Okay, we see Ajahn Somyong, Ajahn Supakorn, and Yi Moncho, and Ajahn Sirisak. Okay.
Hello, Mary. How are you?
Hello, fine. Thank
You
you.
look beautiful today. You look fresh.
Thank you. You too.
So you
Janjida.
are you 100% recovered yet from your surgery?
Yes.
So you can walk. You can like you back to your normal life.
Yes.
Okay, that's good to hear.
But I will have to take care in lifting the heavy things.
Okay.
Ajahn Sirisak, สวัสดีครับ Good morning.
สวัสดีครับ สวัสดีครับ
Good morning ค่ะพี่มน Look fresh นะ
I think I have to
Everyone looks fresh this morning.
Let's see in the afternoon.
change my background.
We all are already fresh.
In the morning, right?
Hello.
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 Our princess.
Hello.
Thank you. Because
Phucharoensil.
today the weather quite cold. Yeah. Ah. ใส่จะได้ไปหาเสื้อมาใส่ก่อน Maybe I will get a suit because it's quite cold.
Somyong, สวัสดีครับ Good morning.
สวัสดีครับ หนาว อยู่บ้านครับวันเนี้ย หนาวมากเลย เดี๋ยว
It's 20 degrees Celsius over my place.
Recording in progress.
สวัสดีครับ Good morning Dr. คัมพีรภาพ
Good morning.
Very good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Also สวัสดีครับ and good morning Associate Professor Dr. อัครพล เนื้อไม้หอม
It's on way now. I think.
Are we waiting for our speaker or not?
โอเค
ครับ
สวัสดีครับ
อ๋อนี่ไงมาแล้ว
สวัสดีครับ
มา
มา
แล้
แล้ว วครับ โทษทีนะครับ พอดีมีปัญหาอินเทอร์เน็ตก็เลยช้านิดนึงสวัสดีทุกท่านนะครับ
สวัสดีครับสวัสดีค
ส
รับ
วัสดีครับ
Good morning everyone ครับ
Good morning ครับ
everyone
Okay, so
Oh, now it's the time for the MC to carry out the webinar, please.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Very warm welcome to the webinar, Technique of Writing Academic and Research Articles in ELT for International Publication. I am Silapapa Latanalongkan.
and my name is Yuthajak Lamchonjit. We are PhD students in English Language Teaching Program, the Faculty of Humanities and Social Sciences, Buriram Rajabhat University, Thailand. And this webinar, the techniques of writing academic and research articles for English language teaching for international publication, is held today by our PhD program in English language teaching, the Faculty of Humanities and Social Sciences, Buriram Rajabhat University. First of all, I would like to give you a short brief about the tentative program. So right now, it's 9 a.m. Thailand. Okay, we are going to have a thankful message by Dr. A, the Dean or Associate Professor Dr. Akrapon Nirmaihom. And after that, the session will be carried out by Associate Professor Dr.Supakorn Phoocharoensil, the invited speaker. And after that, at 10:30, we will have a coffee break. And then until 12 noon, we'll have the lunch break. And our program will resume till the afternoon by the invited speaker until 2:30 in the afternoon. We'll have a coffee break. And then our afternoon session will be ended by a thankful message by the Dean as well, Associate Professor Dr. Akrapon Nirmaihom. Now, our co-MC, Ajahn Silapapa Latanalongkan, will give you the guest speakers information.
Yes, today we have a very special guest, Associate Professor Dr.Supakorn Phoocharoensil from Language Institution of Thammasat University, Thailand. I am confident that all of the participants in this webinar will gain more knowledge, concepts, and technique and information in terms of writing academic and research articles in ELT for international publication, because our guest speaker has published numerous research articles in an international publications. May I introduce the guest speaker? Associate Professor Dr. Supakorn received his PhD in English as an international language at Chulalongkorn University, Thailand. He specialized in second language acquisition, interlanguage syntax and pragmatics, error analysis, corpus linguistics, English relative course acquisition and instructions, collocations and phonetic language, and English grammar, learning and teaching. He published many academic works and research articles in high impact international journals. Now he's a lecturer at the Thammasat Universities. Before we get started, may I introduce Associate Professor Dr. Akharaphon Nirmaihom, the Dean of the Faculty of Humanities and Social Sciences, Buriram Rajabhat University, to deliver a thankful message and to welcome our guest speaker. Please, the Dean.
Thank you. The two MCs, อาจารย์สุภกรสวัสดีครับ
สวัสดีครับอาจารย์
and also the curriculum committee. อาจารย์สุภกร please be informed that this is our protocol. Whenever we have the webinar like this, our students always assign to do a job as the MCs to train them how to become academic professionals. Okay, and first of all, on behalf of the PhD program in ELT under the Faculty of Humanities and Social Sciences, Buriram Rajabhat University, we would like to express our sincere thanks to our well-known guest speaker for his invaluable time being with us today. All of you, please be informed that Dr. Supakorn is a very energetic scholars. All right, I think he gave very special lectures at least maybe 10 times a year on different trendy topics. All right, and I would let you know about our academic collaboration between HUSOC and LITU. We very happy to let you know that our two institutes have signed MOU last 2 years, all right, between the directors of LITU and myself, and also this ceremony witnessed by Associate Professor Malini Yutapoma, the president of BRU at the time. And after MOU ceremony, Dr. Supakorn and me agree to co-host or to co-hold the international conference in Buriram province. Unfortunately, because of the COVID-19, the world God not allow us to do so in that year. But still, this plan still in our mind. When the situation of COVID-19 is getting better, I highly hope that the two institutes will be holding the international conference somewhere, maybe in Buriram or in Bangkok. I think we can do this job. All right. And today, you all are very lucky to have a meet and greet session with the editor of well-known journals indexed by Scopus, that is Learn, because I would like you to meet him in person. I'm very certain that the questions raised by you can be answered by him clearly, because he is the big man in international publications world. So today, once again, thank you very so much, our guest speaker, for your invaluable time being with us at BRU. But I think this is your first time formally, officially, to deliver a speech with us, but I don't think it will be the last time. All right, we'll keep you with us until the first batch of students complete their degree, and of course we are now welcoming the second batch of PhD students. About 9 students now, they are coming to apply their applications from Vietnam, from Myanmar, and from Thailand as well. Ajahn Supakorn, you also have your student here with us here, Ajahn Yui Palapha. Ajahn Yui Palapha, I would like to invite you to please pay the license fee to attend this webinar. Ajahn Yui. But yes, just kidding, free for you. And also, Ajahn Yui Palapha also with us here, and some of our friends from India under the guidance of Professor Gambi. They are planning to attend this webinar as well later on because of time difference. So once again, thank you so much, sir, and all the best, my students. It's good time for you to learn with our professor. Thank you so much. ขอบคุณและสวัสดีครับ
ครับ ขอบคุณครับ
Thank you so much, the Dean, for the welcoming speech. Before we get started, can we have a group photo first? So please turn on your camera and give a smiley face. Okay, 1, 2, 3. Okay. Okay, thank you. Before we get started, for the PhD students, may I remind you that you have to submit the 3 questions delivered by our guest speaker. The first one is, what are the technique of writing in ELT article to get published in the index journal? The second question is, are there any obstacles in different stages of paper publication? Specify these with some examples. And the last question is, how do you apply knowledge obtained from the speaker's speech to your research writing? So don't forget to answer the 3 questions.
And to ensure a smooth webinar, the following recommendations are provided to all of our participants. First, before joining a webinar, make sure you have your computer or mobile devices fully charged. The second, before joining the webinar, make sure you have strong internet connection. And also please check the audio and video devices of your computer or mobile devices. And next, you will be able to type your question at any time during the webinar in the Q&A session, or raise your hand or put any button. The speaker will answer them after the webinar is finished in each section. And now, ladies and gentlemen, it's a special time for you to have the special talk by our invited speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Associate Professor Dr.Supakorn Phoocharoensil.
So good morning, everyone. Right, I feel very honored and privileged to be invited here again at Rajabhat Buriram, Buriram Rajabhat University. Right, actually, this is not my first time to contribute to your university. Maybe the 3rd time, right? The first time when I met the Dean Akharapong, right? It was like 2014, and it was the first time I met Ajahn Hamphirapap and Ajahn Supakit at that time, right? Long time ago when I was invited to Buriram, and it was the first time we got to know each other, right? And since then, right, we stayed in contact, right? And we met each other for several times, right? Maybe at conferences, at some meetings in Bangkok, right? And we even we were invited by Dean Akharapong to deliver our talk in Mandalay, right? In 2019, it was such a very nice experience, right? We all love Myanmar, we all love Mandalay, right? And we broadened our horizons from that international conference a lot, right? So we were all very happy, with memorable experiences, right? And thank you, Ajahn Akharapong, for reminding us of the conference that we are going to co-host. It was a pity that the conference was finally called off, because of the COVID-19 pandemic, right? But actually, we can think about that again when the situation is better, right? Yeah, so that's a good plan, right? And actually, we love Buriram because we want to attract so many participants from around the world, right? So Buriram would be one of the best attractions for this, right? They are going to love seeing Prasat Phnom Rung, Prasat Meng Tam, and many others, right? I think most of the international people should be fed up with Bangkok, right? Because Bangkok is like, oh, it's so boring, right? Every time we come to Bangkok, we see Wat Phra Kaew or Wat Po, temple, right? But here, I mean, if we can organize it in Buriram, it would be a different experience, right? So let's stay in touch, nakap. So so that we can keep you posted about the next conferences that we are going to co-organize together. Actually, the last time that I went to Buriram is January 2020, right? And we met, right? Remember? And we even we went to many hotels, and at that time Ajahn Jinni or Ajahn Jitana took us around. We went to even that is a very nice resort near the airport.
It's Phela Plern.
Phela Plern, right?
Yeah,
Phela Plern, right? We love that, right? And there were many places that we went to, and finally we decided on organizing our conference at สนามช้าง right ช้าง stadium right yeah which can accommodate as many as people that we expect to have right but that's okay ครับอาจารย์ right when chance permits we can I'm quite sure that we can co-host the conference together and it would be unforgettable experience that we have together. So first of all, let me thank Dean Akarapong again for inviting me today, right? So I'm going to share with you, and today I have seen only PhD students, so it's very good, and you know some ajans like Ajahn Kampirapap, Ajahn Supakit, and Ajahn Yui, right? So I feel very honored today that we have a very special and exclusive group, right? It's very good that you know we have the whole day with us, right? I have the whole day with you, right? So you don't have to rush, right? And you know, I talked to the dean yesterday, and I will spare some time for you to make some short presentation on the review paper that you presented at the conference, right? In Valentine's Day, right? Remember? So I know that it's a synthesis study, but it's very interesting. Maybe you can share with me, share with your friends, and you know I can give you some comments for your better improvement of your topic นะครับ so why don't we get started? I'm sharing my screen, right? Can you see my screen, right? Okay, so the topic today isนะครับ so techniques of writing academic and research articles in ELT for international publication. And actually we are focusing on research articles because you are PhD students, right? And you are required to, before you are allowed to graduate, right? You have to write maybe at least, right? One research article based on your PhD dissertation, right? For publication. And may I ask Dr. Akarapong, what is the requirement for the student graduation?
They have to get their at least 2 papers published in not just only Thai journals, but Thai journals should be accredited by some organizations.
Right. At least two papers, right?
Yeah, 2 papers. Yeah.
Oh wow, that's a bit demanding, right? Okay. So that's why you know this is very necessary, right, for you to know the techniques, right, of how to disseminate your research findings through your research articles. Thank you, Ajarn Akarapong. So first of all, let me begin with the research paper components, right? Most research papers in our fields in ELT, it's good that you know we have a very special group, very exclusive group today because you all are ELT students, right? Or maybe you are doing your research in applied linguistics related to English language teaching and learning, right? So when we talk about research papers in our field, right? I'm happy to say in our field because usually sometimes when I deliver a talk, right, I have to also cover other fields, right, like history, religion that I'm, you know, not very keen of, but today, you know, it's in our cup of tea, right? So your research paper should comprise the following, including abstract introduction, literature review, methodology, result and discussion, conclusion, recommendations, and pedagogical implications, if any, right? I would suggest that you include number 8 in your paper because you all belong to ELT program. So you are supposed to have pedagogical implication. This is like the significance of the study, right? Actually, you know, for some schools, right, they would prefer to have the term significance of the study, but you know, some other schools, the term pedagogical implication is more preferable, but actually they more or less the same address the same issue, right? Please note that when you present results, right, it should be plural. Result or findings should be plural because in your study, right, there should be more than one result that you have, right? And usually for recommendations again, right, recommendations should be plural. This is, you know, techniques of writing, right? When you present your papers or when you submit your papers to any journal, if you use result without S or recommendation without S, this is going to decrease your chance to get published, right? Because the editor will see that you are not very professional in writing. So that's very important, right? I'm gonna talk about that later, maybe this afternoon, about some techniques to get your paper to impress the editors and the reviewers. Okay, so first of all, according to Ken Highland, Professor Ken Highland is an expert in writing, in academic writing, and he's from Hong Kong, right? 2004, he proposed something that is like a model for writing, right? And he has found that from his research studies of research papers in applied linguistics and TESOL or English language teaching, there should be at least, these are 5 rhetorical moves that an abstract should contain, right? And they include introduction, purpose, method, product, and conclusion. And you know, if you read some other papers by Swales and Feet, who are also big names in the same field, they are presenting more or less the same typical moves like this. So, you know, when we start with writing abstract is like the summary of the whole study, right? The whole thing that you have to present to the world, right? So in your abstract, make sure that you follow these 5 moves, right? This is very important, and it should be in this order. You cannot jumble them over, right? You should start with introduction, right? This is to let the readers know what your paper is about. What is the background of your study, right? Why is your study important, right? Okay, what motivates the study, okay? And then you move on to purpose, right? With purpose, you indicate the purpose or the objective of your study or your thesis. You show the intention behind the paper. Usually this is going to be 1 sentence, right? And then you move on to talk about methodology or method, okay? This is to provide some information about your research design. Is it going to be experimental study, survey study, case study, error analysis, ethnographic study, or whatsoever, right? So the research design must be presented here together with the data collection methods, right? How did you, okay, we are going to use the past tense because, you know, when you write the research paper, you are describing about what have been done, right? So that's why, you know, in methodology, we often use past tense, right? You talk about your research design and you talk about how you collected data, you talk about how you analyze data, right? And then the most important thing, right? This is what people are looking for, right? This is the main findings or the results, right? And the arguments, right? What did your study reveal, right? What you have found in your study, right? So this is what people expect or they are looking forward to, right? And the last thing would be conclusion, right? Usually, you know, in the conclusion, you interpret the result. This is the discussion of the findings. This is the problems that often occur to many graduate students, especially PhD students, right? Maybe they report the findings, but they don't discuss the findings. This is something that is very challenging. When you discuss the findings, you should try to interpret your results in relation to the previous related studies. So it means you show why your results are important, right? And in what way your results are similar to or different from the past studies that you have earlier reviewed, right? And you extend the result beyond the scope of your study. Maybe if this is a quantitative study, you try to make some generalization from your sample to the whole population. And I'm quite sure that you have studied research methodology from maybe Dr. Sawarot, right? Okay, we know each other very well, right? We have known each other for several years, right? Ajahn Pen,นะครับ. You can indicate implications here, right? But the tip is that the word number for each journal will determine how many moves you should include in your abstract. some journals will allow you for only 100 or 150 words, and right in in such a case, right, maybe you have to reduce some moves, or maybe if you want to contain all the moves, you need to make it brief and succinct, right? But from Highland's observation and from my own observation, sometimes introduction can be omitted, right? You can see many research articles that start with purpose in the abstract, like this study was aimed at blah blah blah, this study aims to whatever, right? Or even conclusion can sometimes be omitted. Okay, so the moves that are obligatory or you must have it at all times are purpose, method, and product, right? The three moves in the middle should be retained. Okay, so I'll show you some example. This is from a journal called Indonesian Journal of Applied Linguistics. This is a very good journal, right? From Indonesia. Okay, and it's very recent. It was published last year. Okay, read this, right? Even though you don't understand everything, yeah, in this, that's fine, right? Flipped learning, right now, during the COVID-19 pandemic, flipped learning has gained much more popularity, right? It's like not only should we teach students in class, but we assign the students to do some self-study. This is to boost their learner autonomy. And they do self-study, they do self-study on their own, and they bring back their findings from their own study and share those with their classmates, right? And this is going to be part of blended learning, right? Okay, so flipped learning, right? Maybe flipped learning might be a new term for those in our field, even though we are in the same field. Let's say ELT. The term flipped learning might be new to some other readers, and you are very considerate, right? You want to make sure that your readers understand the concept of the main concept that you are talking a lot about in your study. That's why you start with this 2 sentences, right? Maybe actually, when you write introduction or introductory sentences, usually 1 sentence should be enough, but here there are up to sentences, right? 2 sentences, maybe because this journal is generous enough to allow anyone for more word number. That's why they can include as much as they want to, right? So here the writer shows us the background, right? Why flipped learning is important, right? And try to relate flipped learning to the existence of COVID-19, right? And then look at the second move, highlighted in blue. This paper aimed to, so you sometimes you see aimed to, sometimes you can see this paper aims to, right? We can use either present simple tense or past simple tense here. This paper aimed to explore student achievement and perception in an online flipped grammar class. So, when you have read this sentence, we know that the focus of this study is on the tense, grammar, right? The grammar. Okay,นะครับ, the grammar. Okay, and then if you have moved on to the third move, right? Pair sample t-test. So here show a significant difference between student pre-test and post-test, right? So here that in this study, the researcher used pre and post-test scores for comparison to measure the effectiveness of flipped learning in their study, right? And they also use the interview and questionnaire, right? So we know that at least, right, the 3 main research instruments used to collect data in the study involve test, interview, and questionnaires, right? And then, okay, the next move, or move 3, include the result of the study, right? the interview and questionnaire data. So here, the researchers put the data from these two instruments together because they are considered to be part of survey study, right? They show student overall positive perception towards the introduction of flipped learning within the course, blah, 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 right? And, they also express the students' positive attitude, right, towards the use of different learning platforms like Zoom or LMS. So this is very trendy, right? And also they have a positive attitude towards different modes of learning, whether it is synchronous. Yeah, synchronous mean real time, or asynchronous mean when they watch video later. This could ease their learning experience within the course, right? And actually, if the total word number is limited, you can even actually stop here. But because they haven't run out of the word limit, right? That's why the author still write one more, right? They still wrote one more sentence, right? Nevertheless, the student recommended that the virtual meeting via Zoom needs to be limited in time duration. What is the function of the last move? Actually, in the last move, right, we show the conclusion, but actually in the last move, many things can be presented, and you don't have to present all, right? Okay, can anyone share with us what's the function of the last move?
Yes, Professor.
Yes.
I think it's the recommendation.
Yeah, very good, อาจารย์นะครับ is recommendation นะครับ thank you very much นะครับ right เดี๋ยวนะ thank you นะครับใครตอบอาจารย์สิทธิศักดิ์ใช่ไหมโอเค thank you very much ครับอาจารย์ nice to meet you อาจารย์สิทธิศักดิ์
Nice
นะ
to meet you,
assistant professor สิทธิศักดิ์ he is one of the best MCs that we had, right? I remember you worked as yeah, very nice MC last time. Okay.
Thank you,ครับ.
I don't know. I try to move this. นะครับ right, okay, thank you ครับอาจารย์ so it's you are right นะครับเพราะอย่างนี้แล้วกันนะ you are right, so the last move here present the recommendation, so it's quite clear from the word the student recommend, the students, right? The student mean the participant in the study recommended that the virtual meeting needs to be limited in time duration. Maybe even though the student love online meeting, the virtual meeting should be limited. It means, right, maybe hybrid learning would be expected, right? This is to keep your audience, right, attentive, right? So they are going to right, continue reading the whole paper that you have read. Okay. ขออนุญาตชัดแบบแป๊บหนึ่งนะฮะ okay, next นะครับ now this example is from one of the best journals in our field, TESOL Quarterly, right? I'm quite sure that if you are in our field, in this field, in ELT, actually many names are used, right? ELT, TESOL, TEFL, actually, but they have more or less the same implication, right? It's about teaching English. Okay, this is a very good journal, and this is the journal that many scholars dream of publishing their works in, right? Of course, it's very difficult, right? But I have seen sometimes, some Thai scholars successfully publish in this journal. This is by Anna Lin. Sorry, I'm not sure about how to properly pronounce their names because they are from Spain, right? So this name are Spanish, right? Classroom interactions in CLIL, right? Right now, CLIL is a very interesting topic, especially if you want to teach content and language together, right? It's like sometimes, when you are teaching some international programs like English for engineers, English for nurses, right? But you conduct your class in English because it's an international program, or maybe because there are international students in class, right? That's why we are using CLIL. Okay, it's like, you know, it's like content-based approach. When you teach the content in English, but you want to integrate both content and language together, that's CLIL, right? One student of mine is doing his PhD thesis on CLIL, right? Okay. So when you write the introduction, okay, so my example here would be based on this paper, right? Okay. Please make sure that you start from general to specific. Okay, I give you 2 minutes. Please read this paragraph. This is the very first introduction, very first paragraph in the introduction. Okay, I think you have finished, right? Can anyone share with us, right? Okay, what are the steps in writing this nice introductory paragraph, right? So, you know, the hint is from general to specific. So what does the author, what does the researcher start with in this paragraph? Any idea?
Background of the study.
Yeah, very good. They start with, you know, what the topic is about, right? Okay, CLIL. Maybe, you know, CLIL might be unknown to readers in general. That's why you need to define the terms CLIL from the beginning, right? And then you get the acronym CLIL or CLIL, right? And then since then you can continue using CLIL. You don't have to repeat the whole term, right? Okay, you can use like CLIL, or you can even say henceforth CLIL, right? And you know, since then, right, you can still keep using this acronym. So here, the researcher started with the introduction of this term, right? And the history, right? They presented the history of CLIL, especially in Europe, right? And then, okay, what comes next? Okay, I'll give you a hint. When the researcher says some criticism relate to methodological issues, okay, what is this function? What is the function of this?
The author tries to show that there are still some criticisms about this kind of teaching.
Right.
That is
Okay.
still-
Thank you,
that is
Ajarn
still
Yuthachak.
unknown by
Right.
people.
Okay. See, so you can see that first, after a very long introduction, right? Maybe actually you can see that it's amazing. The first sentence is very long, right? The first sentence is very long, like 6 or 7 lines, right? And you know, one thing that maybe you should make some observation on is the citation, right? Whenever you are referring to something like theory or concept, right? You need to put the studies, right? Any studies that you are referring to in brackets. This is to provide citation, and this is to show that, to convince readers that you haven't said this by yourself, right? You have cited, you have done your homework, and you know that who have said this, right? Okay, so you are supposed to cite those who are maybe big names or those who are very well known in the field, right? But you know, from, you can see a shift from the first long sentence to the second one. Some criticism relate to methodological issues. So you can see that there are some criticism on this topic, right? So some people have some negative comments about this, right? Others have pointed out the difficulties of carrying out and interpreting CLIL research. So here, it shows that CLIL is not without any problem. There are some problems who have a problem when doing CLIL research and to interpret CLIL research result, right? Okay, and so they talk about something like bilingual and multilingual education programs, like immersion programs, or even content-based instruction. In the United States, the term CLIL is not very well known, right? But the term content-based or CBI is more well known, right? So you have to understand sometimes, different terms may refer to more or less the same concept, but it depends on where the term is being used, right? Some term is much more common in the United States, some term is much more common in Europe, some term is more common in Asia, right? Okay, but at least, right, we know that when you write introduction, you should start from general idea and then you move to something that is specific, right? This is from another journal, right, that I'm going to use as an example. This is from EAP, or English for Academic Purposes. This is another well-known journal, right? Right. Lexical richness in research articles, corpus-based comparative study among advanced Chinese learners of English. So in this study, Chinese learners of English, especially the advanced ones, were the source of the data, right? And then they look at English native beginner students and expert, right? So we can see that in this study, the researchers looked at the lexical richness in three sources, right? Advanced Chinese learners of English, native beginner students, and native English experts, right? So here, sorry, forgive me if, the font size is too small, right? But, our point is to clearly state the purpose and all the research questions, right? After the introduction, you can state the purpose of our study is to sketch the profile of blah, 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 right? So you can just clearly state what the purpose of your study is, okay? And then here, you can say on such basis, we will discuss the possible factors influencing the three measures of lexical richness. So we know that in this study, they were using three measures of lexical richness, and they also draw pedagogical implications regarding how to help students to develop their vocabulary for research article writing. See, okay. So when you see the preposition regarding, keep in mind that you have to use regarding. Don't say regarding to is wrong, right? You have to say regarding. It means about,นะครับ,นะ? Don't get it mixed up, right? If you say regarding, don't have about, don't have to,นะครับ,นะ? But if you use with regard to, right? Three words, right? They have the same meaning, right? With regard to,นะ? Or with respect to. So here, you have to include to, right? So some students get mixed up. They are confused, right? And then you introduce your research questions. What are the similarities and differences in terms of lexical richness in the RA manuscript by this three group of language user, right? Okay, CPHD, right? CPHD means Chinese PhD students, right? You have to understand this, right? Because maybe this acronym was introduced earlier. It should be introduced earlier somewhere in the paper, right? And unpublished research papers by native beginner students and native experts. So there are three groups for comparison in this study, right? So you can see that the scale of this study is quite big because they pull the data from three sources, right? So maybe if you want to do your PhD research, you have to think about the scale of your study. It should be big enough, right? Otherwise, people may argue against the scale of your study, and maybe they are going to say, oh, this looks like an MA thesis, right? So this is something that you have to bear in mind. Okay. What roles may nativeness and academic expertise in regard of lexical richness in RA writing? Okay. So some of you at this point might be wondering how you can include your research questions from your PhD study in the paper. Maybe you might plan to have 3 or 4 research questions in your PhD study. And believe me, right? Most journals do not allow you to put everything from your research study into the paper, right? After you have conducted your study and you have analyzed the study and you got your findings, right? The next step is to write your paper based on the findings that you have obtained from your study, right? You don't have to include everything from your study, right? If you have, let's say, if you have 4 research questions, right? Maybe you can choose 2, right? That are the most outstanding, right? From your study and present only 2 and keep the other 2 to write another paper. Of course, the second paper might be less important in terms of the findings, right? But this is for you to get at least 2 papers, right? And because this is a technique, and because in fact you cannot write one big paper containing all the research purposes. That's why you need to divide them into maybe 2, right? So that's normal for PhD student, right? Usually, when I supervise PhD students, I encourage them to write at least 2 papers, despite the fact that at Thammasat, only 1 paper is required, right? So, if the students are hardworking or ambitious, they are going to come up with 2 papers, right? So I'm going to keep telling them that you can split your work into 2 papers. The first one will deal with the main findings, right? And then you can keep, some other findings to be dedicated to the second one, right? Okay. This is another.
Dr.Supakorn, can I interrupt?
Yes,
that's
sure,
very good.
Thammasat.
That's very good technique to split our research purposes for getting published into journals. But my question is, if you get the first 2 questions published in this journal and the other 2 research questions, the other journals, my question is, what about the previous study or the concept of theories proposed by scholars? Can we use the same theories or the concepts?
Okay, that's very good question, Kap. And that's one of the classic problems that many people keep asking me, right? So usually when you write 2 papers, right? Of course, because your papers deal with the same thing, right? It's based on the same topic, right? So that's normal for us to keep the literature that you have reviewed previously. So the theories, the name of the papers that you have cited, they would overlap maybe up to 75%, right? No worry, right? You can refer to the same previous studies that you did earlier in the first paper. Let's say, when you write the first paper, no problem, right? Because everything is new. But when you write the second paper, which is based on the same thesis, right? The problem may arise because maybe you're right, of course, right? To me, when I write a second paper, when I wrote a second paper based on my PhD dissertation, it would be more challenging, right? It's a bit harder because I had to think about which one to include, which one not to include, right? But my technique is that number one, of course, right? Some theory would be repeated. You can repeat, but you have to paraphrase. You cannot just take from your dissertation. You cannot just take from some statements from the first paper that you have written. No, you have to rewrite it, right? Keep the core ideas, right? But paraphrase. Paraphrase means you restate it, right? But there would be some other parts of literature that you have never presented before. Yeah. So for example, if you deal with maybe in your topic there are many variables มีหลายตัวแปรนะฮะ if there are many topics or many variables that your study addresses, right? Of course, in the first paper you look at maybe one big variable and that's it, finished, right? So in the second paper, you are addressing the second variable. So the second variable may be something that the first paper doesn't include. So here, the literature here would be totally new, right? For example, in my PhD study, okay, I'm going to give my PhD study as an example. I studied the acquisition of relative clauses in English by Thai learners, right? And when I write the first paper, I focus on the language universal and learning strategies applied by the students who were the participant of my study, right? So, you know, I discussed a lot about the concept of language universals, about learning strategies. So these two concepts are thoroughly reviewed and presented in my first paper. And then I show the findings in relation to these two concepts. So this is the first paper. I published this in Thoughts. Thought is, you know, very good, you know, old journal published by the Faculty of Arts, Chulalongkorn University. They accept both papers in language study, linguistics, English linguistics, and English literature, right? After that, right, I fulfilled the requirement of my PhD, right, at that time, because at Jula, right, one paper is required then. And then, you know, when I had time, I wanted to write the second paper, right? I attended a conference in Kyoto, Japan, and I came across another good journal at the time, right? Index in ERIC, right? Another good database, right, by the Ministry of Education or Department of Education, right? So I ขอโทษนะครับเสียงแมวร้อง so that's called PAL, Pan-Pacific Association of Applied Linguistics. So you know this journal is a contribution by Japan and Korea. Okay, so I looked at my PhD dissertation and I found that I haven't talked about the errors that Thai learners were faced when they use relative clauses in writing. Right. So in the second paper that I wrote, I focus more on error analysis. I focus more on the problems that the students have when they use relative clauses. Right. So here, of course, right, you know, some parts of the literature would be similar, right, about what relative clause is, the definition, why relative clause teaching is important, blah, blah, blah. But, you know, the problems would be different because, you know, in the first paper, I did not focus on the problems facing the students. I focused on the learning strategies, the language universal that explain the use of relative clauses, something like that, right? So what is going to guide you in your paper writing is the research question. So because when you ask, whatever you ask in research question, they should address different variables, and different variables reflect different theories or different concepts to be reviewed in literature review, right? That's why, you know, this is, don't worry much about that. But thank you, Dr. Akarapon, for asking. This is very interesting. Okay, now we are looking at the second, I mean, this example from the same paper. The purpose of the present study is to, see, you can see the technique. Sometimes you can use was to or is to. So either is permitted, right? Is to examine the potential for learning specialized vocabulary through watching medical television program. So this is from another paper, right? This is from another paper about specialized vocabulary learning through medical TV programs, right? In particular, it aims to, right? So you see, it aims to. So this is the research purpose, right? It can be clear. You can just put it like in bracket, right? A, B, or 1 and 2. Number 1, develop a list of specialized vocabulary used in university lectures and seminar in medicine. And the second purpose is to examine the potential for incidental learning of items in this list. So see, you can see two topics being addressed here. Number 1, yeah, the purpose is to develop a word list of specialized vocabulary in medical fields. And the second purpose is to study the potential for incidental learning, right, with regard to this topic, right? Okay, and you need to advertise your research, right? You have to show in what way you study is different from the previous ones, right? Unlike previous corpus-driven research on incidental vocabulary learning, this study does not make a list of specialized vocabulary from medical television, right? But rather from medical lecture. So, you know, you have to highlight in what way your study is different from those in the past. So in this study, right, the researcher highlights the fact that the data was collected from medical lectures and seminars, not from some other sources, right? Okay,นะครับ. The study sheds light on the potential of discipline-related television programs for incidental learning of specialized vocabulary used in academic lecture, right? And then you address, you propose the two research questions. So you can see that actually the two research questions here and the two previously stated research objective, they are the same, right? They differ only in forms of the grammatical structure, right? Yeah, when you write the research purpose, you say to develop, to examine, and here when you write research question, you just use the question form, right? What are the specialized words to in medical lectures and seminar, right? So you can see that you present the same concepts but in writing, but here you make it more specific, right? In medical lectures and seminar. So here the readers know what the sources of your data come from, and then to what extent. Okay, please use this when you write your research question. At least one of them should be something like this: to what extent, and then inversion, to what extent can this, right? To what extent can these specialized words be encountered in medical television programs, right? So here, when you use to what extent, you are assuming that these words, when they are encountered, right, they would be encountered for sure in medical television programs, right? So when people watch medical television program, these specialized words would be met, right, for sure. But how much, right? Okay. So when you ask such a question like number 2, you assume that this is the case, this is true, but you want to explore how much is this could play. Does this how much this plays a role? Okay, นะครับ. So ฝากไว้ด้วยนะครับ. So keep in mind that when you write your research questions, right, maybe one of them should be something like this, right? Especially when you want to explore or when you want to see the effectiveness of your teaching methodology, right? If you think that the teaching methodology should be useful in some way, for sure, you can start it with to what extent do, or to what extent does, to what extent can, blah, blah, blah. นะครับ. Okay, here's my tips. When you review literature, right, in paper, right? Now, I'm not talking about your dissertation, but we are talking about writing paper based on your PhD dissertation, right? You need to review related concepts or past studies to be used in the discussion of the findings, right? So don't review everything, right? I know that your research dissertation is of a big scale, right? But when you write your literature review in a research article, the space is limited. The word numbers are limited as well, right? That's why you have to present only related concept. You don't need to present everything. As I said before, right? If your study deal with 4 concepts, right? But in your paper, you are presenting only 2 related concepts, right? So accordingly, right, you should also review only the 2 concepts that you are going to refer to in your study, right? And you know, this is what you are going to discuss the findings in relation to, right? And not only should you review, right? This is very important, and PhD students should follow this. Provide your critical reviews, right? What I would like to expect from you is not just to review the related study and just arrange them in alphabetical order or in time order. This is what MA students often do, right? But actually, that's not proper, right? That's not the right thing to follow, right? After you have reviewed a lot of literature, right? You should synthesize. Synthesize means you should try to summarize the findings. What do they have in common? What do they share? What are the different findings that they do not share? Something like that, right? Maybe, if you are working on vocabulary, maybe there are those who there are like two camps, right? Those who believe that, for example, some people believe that, let's talk about grammar, right? Some people believe that when you teach grammar, you have to teach form first, right? So if you believe in the traditional method, you teach the grammar form. Like when you teach past tense, you teach them that, okay, past tense, past simple tense contains subject and verb too, right? And then you provide the students with some examples and then exercise. But that's called deductive grammar teaching method. But if you disbelieve in this idea, you say, no, it should be the other way around, right? I think that maybe we should provide the student with some examples. Let the students observe the data and let them discover the data by themselves. And so it's like the other way around in an opposite way. That's called inductive learning, right? So here, maybe there are two camps of people from two different sides, right? And they did their studies and they found different interesting research findings. So in the literature review, you should include both, right? Yeah, maybe you include your review that, okay, some groups of scholars doing research on grammar teaching have shown that deductive approach is better, and then who said that and who have found this. Yeah, you have grouped them together. And then you might say, on the other hand, there have been some other scholars who challenge the deductive method, right? And they found that actually it is the inductive grammar teaching that works better. And then who said that, right? Okay, maybe you need to synthesize and provide critical reviews. Mean you exercise your brain and you try to evaluate which theories is more convincing, which one is more reliable, which one that you are going to follow in this study of yours, right? So this is the level of PhD student, right? We should do something like that. Please note that when you write articles for some journals, right, you need to make some observation. Look at the convention or tradition of that particular journal. Some journals, they don't use the word literature review at all, right? But the writer just show the concept that they are reviewing, right? So maybe they think it's not professional to write literature review. So after introduction, they move to some concepts which form part of the literature review, like this. Potential for learning specialized vocabulary of university lecture. So this is the one that I mentioned right in the previous slides. Okay. Insights from medical corpora. So in this study, the researcher looked at the medical English, medical vocabulary from lectures and seminars, right? Okay, here from the introduction, right? From the introduction. So this is from the introduction, from the research question, right? You can see that the introduction is not very long. And then there is only one big paragraph addressing the research purpose. And then here, the writer introduces the concept, right? The main concept that they involve in the study, which is specialized vocabulary in medicine, right? So here, look at this. Okay, I give you time. Please read this. And I have some question to ask you. So today I have seen many, how many PhD students have 9, right? right 9 นะครับ
yes 9 ค่ะ
right 9
Yeah, there are
right.
some from English department as well.
Oh,
from
right, right.
from
Some
Philippines,
Philippines, right.
from
Oh, right.
Cameroon, I guess, from Cameroon
Oh,
as well.
right,
Because
right. That's why I have seen more. Right. Thank you
Yeah.
for joining us today. Right. I hope you can learn something new. Right. And if you have any questions, you can ask me later. Right. Maybe before we take a break. Right. I will we will have Q&A session one time before the break. Right. And you know before lunch. Right. For our morning session. Right. Okay, so you don't have to wait too long. So here, right, okay, you can see that actually this is a very good way to follow, right? You can present something like this, right? There are two views towards defining specialized vocabulary according to Liu and Lei at nation, right? So these are two big names, right? And see, when you cite the papers, right, try to cite something that is very recent, maybe in the last 5 years, like 2020, 2016. So this is very recent. The narrow view. So here you have one nice introduction that there are two views. The narrow view. So you know when you see the narrow view, you assume that there should be a broad view, right? The narrow view defines vocabulary as those words that are common in a specific discipline or a group of disciplines but are uncommon in other disciplines or other group. And then, right, you put the name of those who have this belief or this concept in their mind, like Hogshead, Wang, Liang, Ge, right, something like that. And also broad view. See, after introduction of the narrow view, you move on to the broad view as expected. Ha and Highland, Lei and Liu and Lu. You know, you have to cite this name because you know they are well-known scholar in the field, right? This is to make your study more convincing. So the broad view considers specialized words as those that are closely related to a particular discipline. See, so these are two different viewpoints. The first group of people, the first group of scholars think that you know, they are common in specific disciplines, right? But for the second, for the other group, they believe that these words are closely related to a particular discipline. They can range from items that are typically known only by specialists in that discipline, right? So, you know, these are words or technical vocabulary or jargons that only specialists in that field will know, but, you know, lay people like us will not, right? This view takes into consideration the argument that many words may have high frequency in general use, but also carry specialized meanings within a particular discipline, and they deserve to be classified as specialized vocabulary. The broad view is taken in the present study. See, so this is to show readers that you are aware, you are well aware that there are two views, right? There are two views. One is the narrow view, and the other is the broad view, right? You are not attacking the narrow view. You are not saying that the broad view is more important, but you just show the world that you know there are two views that are opposing, right? That are opposite or different. And in this study, I'm focusing on the broad view. That's it, right? Okay, so you know, whatever you are doing, right? No matter what you are doing, believe me, there would be at least two viewpoints or two sides or two camps, two or more, right? So you are supposed to be reviewing all, right? And then in your study, just make it clear what views or what theory your study is based on. You don't have to base on all, right? Yeah, there are many ways, right? Many approaches or many viewpoints, right? That you can conform to, right? See, นะครับ so this is very normal นะครับ whatever you are doing, right? There would be some who have different positions or standpoints, right? So you should review both, right? But focus more on what you believe that it's going to be right, or what you think that this is going to be the main focus of your study. Okay. Points. What you have to do next is to point out. Point out some concern. Point out some concerns or some criticism. Right. So here. In our study, right? So this is the paragraph that comes from the previous one. Yet serious concerns have been raised by different educational actors. So you have to point out what concerns that scholars in the field have over, right? So here, this is about bilingual education, right? So this is another thing, right? This is another example, right? About bilingual education. You have to point it out. And you can even express your concern in many ways, right? Maybe it depends on, again, it depends on the nature or the convention of the journal. Some journal prefer it this way. They love bulleting, right? So this is a very good journal, EAP journal. Yeah, maybe you might think that, oh, this looks weird. It's like bullet points in the PowerPoint. But if this journal allows, why don't you follow, right? But of course, there would be some other journals that dislike this way of presentation. Maybe they would prefer the writers to present it in essays style, right? Just put them together using first, second, next, right? So there are different ways, right? I'm not saying that which one is correct, which one is incorrect, but this is stylistic variation from one journal to another, right? But here, you can express the main concerns based on the previous studies, like little or frequently insufficient preparation, okay, lower quality and depth of student understanding and learning, underdeveloped literacy skills, simplification of the content, and use of teaching techniques heavily based on memorization. So these are the concerns or the problems or the criticisms that researchers in the past have on this topic, right? Okay, now we are moving on to something that is very, very important. Okay, let me point out that this is very important. After you have reviewed all the related theory, concept, studies, right? What you should mention in your paper, right? Next is to state the research gap. So here, let me recap. You write abstract, right? But actually, if we have time, we can talk about abstract again, right? There are many more techniques. And then I would suggest that you write abstract for the last part, right? Write it as the last thing, right? Okay, you start with introduction and then literature review, right? Review only related studies that you refer to in the paper only. Don't put all the literature review from your thesis, right? That's too much, okay? And then you state the problems or the concern, and then you need to state the research gap as clearly as possible. Answer the question. What are the questions that still need to be answered, right? Right. So, from the reviewed studies, right? From the review literature, what are the questions that still unanswered, right? And you have to cite enough previous studies to confirm the research gap. So, the research gap means what is the area left for us to study? Okay, let me ask you. I'm quite sure that you are the second year, right? Are you the second year student, right? Or first year? Or first year, but
First year,
second semester.
Yes, second semester.
Second semester, right? So you
Yes.
have studied research methodology and you have attended a lot of webinars, right? So when you read a research paper, this is my question. Think about this. When you read a research question, right? Sorry, when you read a research paper from any journal, right? In what part of the research paper that you read contains some research gap suggested for future researchers? So let's say you read one research paper and you are interested in this topic a lot, right? You want to pursue your study on this topic, right? But of course, you cannot redo or duplicate everything that has been done, right? The researcher who wrote that paper, they are going to give you some areas that are open for future researcher. Where should we find that? Where?
To be direct, it is included in the recommendations part.
Yeah, very good. This is available in recommendations for further study, and this should be the very last section, right? Maybe this come as the last section in the paper, or this could be included in conclusion, which is still in the last section, right? You know what I mean, right? So, you know, after you have read the paper, right, concentrate on the conclusion, or maybe it could be singled out as, you know, stand out, right? It's going to stand alone as recommendations for further study. So here, these are the areas that the researchers mentioned, right? So anyone who are interested in doing the research in this area can take the recommendations for further study, right? These are the gaps. These are the research gaps that you can choose to close or to bridge, right? So usually we use the verb to close the gap, or to fill in the gap, or to bridge the gap. Bridge สะพานนะฮะ Yeah, we use bridge as a verb, right? Yeah, you bridge the gap นะ So you know, when you do your study, you don't do your study just for fun. We don't conduct our research just to you get our PhD, even though you might say that's your main purpose, right? Okay, but actually when we do research, right, we have to first identify the research gap and then try to bridge or close the research gap, right? So go for the recommendation presented in that paper or many papers, right? Try to identify the research gap and cite the previous studies to confirm the existing gap. Okay, I'm showing you some examples, right? This is from Ajahn Mangkon Wong. I cannot remember her first name, but she worked with Ajahn Jirada. Ajahn Jirada is an expert in language testing and assessment in Thailand right now. She is one of the big names, right? One of the best known scholars, and she's now the director of Language Institute at Chulalongkorn, right? Okay, look at the way the research gap is mentioned. Okay, we are going to look at this one together, and I let you take a look at the rest. As seen, right, the foci is the plural form of focus, right? The foci, right? But right now you can see focuses, right? Yeah, because you know English keeps changing at all times, right? If you study the history of English, you should know that, right? Any language that is still alive, like Thai and English, we keep changing, right? The foci of the aforementioned study, this means the studies that you have reviewed earlier, were the relationship between vocabulary size and reading comprehension. So, you know, this is the first area that many studies in the past addressed. They also involve relationship between passive recognition vocabulary knowledge, active recall vocabulary knowledge. You don't need to know what all of these are if you are not in the field, right? But at least, right, if you are interested in this, right, you can see that the writers are outlining the related studies in the field of vocabulary size by showing the relationship between vocabulary size and some other variables or concepts. Okay, however, none was concentrated. Okay, using the word none, right? Or maybe little, or maybe you can say, few or none. If you want to use some hedging, right? If you want to play safe, yeah, using none would be a bit too dangerous. You can use little or no study, right? Was concentrated on the relationship between vocabulary size and years of study, right? See, so we can see that this is introduction of the present study. So we can guess that this is what the researcher of this present study is going to address in in their research, right? Thus, investigating vocabulary size and its relationship to years of study. How many years have you studied, right? So maybe it's assumed that the longer you have studied English, the more vocabulary size you have, right? So this is essential, and it can fill in a researching vocabulary gap as well, right? So yeah, this is a way, right? So when you want to show the research gap, right, you need to refer, right, to the previous studies, right? Show your readers that what you are doing is new, right? What you are doing is something that has never been addressed before, right? Yeah, so that's why literature review is a must. Literature review is unavoidable. If your literature review is not adequate, chances are you might do something that is not interesting, because there would be many others having been conducting earlier, right? Okay, look at this one from Ajahn, another PhD student from Jula, and she works with Ajahn Dr. Supakorn, right? This is about language assessment as well. Okay, read this. Focusing on the underlying part. Okay, I think you have finished, right? So here, you can see that this research gap is stated this way. First, you start with assessing fluency. So you know that this is the aim of the study, right? Language assessment, and the main aim is to assess fluency of the learners. This is a crucial step for smart and sensible fluency instruction. And you cite one past research, right? However, oral reading has rarely been tested. See, so usually when researchers assess fluency, maybe they focus more on the written one because it's easier to conduct, right? And oral reading fluency is often left behind. Yeah, has rarely been. Use has rarely been is safer than using has never been, right? Because if you use never, you have to be 100% confident that it has never been studied, right? So you are going to run into a risk, right? Run into trouble if there happens to be anyone who challenge you, saying that, hey, you are wrong. There is at least one study that address this topic, and you are going to lose your face, right? So this is use hedges, right? Hedges or hedging devices. This is to soften or tone down your claim and to safeguard yourself, right? Oral reading has rarely been tested formally in classroom in Thailand. See, you narrow down the scope of your study. That okay, so you are paving the way for your readers that you are focusing on the oral reading, right? And in the formal situation in classroom and in the Thai context, right? So here you narrow the scope of your study that this is going to be the Thai context in the classroom, right? As its process is considered time consuming, leading to doubts as to whether these graduates have in reality blah blah blah. Okay, now look at this. The research regarding the assessment of oral reading fluency in L2 context remains very little. See, remains very little, right? So here, this is the research gap, and you have to cite the recent study. So here, 2014 is okay, because the paper was published in 2016. So you need, when you say to date or remains very little, you have to cite some studies that are quite recent to show that you are you have looked at the recent studies, right? And such research has never been conducted in the Thai context. So the researcher can be more certain about this, because when you search for the study in the Thai context, it's easier to identify all the Thai study in this area, right? Than the study of this same topic in the world context, right? Thus, to bridge the gap, see, yeah, you can clearly state this, right? I would suggest that you adopt some of this technique in writing your paper, or even in writing your dissertation, nakab. Okay. To bridge the gap, the current study compared, right? The writer used past simple because they talk about the method, right? They talk about the research process that took place already. The current study compared various measures used to assess oral reading fluency skills in relation to reading comprehension, and the author examines students' attitudes towards EORF tests, blah, 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 right? As this test has never been used before in Thailand, something like that. So, when you state the research gap, number one, refer your gap to the previous studies. Number two, highlight why your study is needed by saying that it has never been done before, at least in your context, in Burmese context, in Chinese context, in the Filipino context, or in Thai context, for example, right? Okay.
Dr. Supakorn, can I interrupt a little bit?
Yes.
Some scholars suggest that the last line of this paragraph should be about the overall benefits that will be obtained from the research resource. What do you think about this?
Oh, that's okay. That's another way. But actually, right, because I think this is just the research gap. This is just in one paragraph, right? I think the benefits could be put in another paragraph, right? Okay. Yeah, or maybe could be put earlier, right? If you take a look at the whole article, you can see it is put somewhere, right? Maybe you can put it here, right? But I don't think it should be put here, because when you state the research gap, right, Ajahn Akarapon, you are right, right? You can also include the benefits, right? The benefits that your study would yield, right, to the readers, right? Or actually, the benefits could be stated in the next paragraph or earlier, right? Actually, the benefits are like the significance of the study, right? But when you write your research paper, you should mention the benefit twice. First, somewhere in the introduction, right? So here, I think the two writers mentioned the benefits earlier in the introduction. And that's why here they mentioned the necessity of the study, right? And why I mentioned, I said there are two places. The first, you need to mention the benefits of your study in the introduction or somewhere before the methodology, right? And the second time, you reiterate or you repeat your benefit somewhere in the implications of your study or your conclusion. This is to highlight the usefulness of your study, right? So I agree with Ajahn Akarapon, nakap. Ajahn Akarapon, nakap. Yeah, Ajahn Akarapon, yeah, you are right. Sometimes you can state it here, or sometimes you can state it earlier, right? Yeah, but as an editor, right? I have seen many papers, right? And they are doing different way. Actually, there is no likeสูตรสำเร็จ. That is no like single formula to follow, but there are variations, right? But I think this is like one of the standards, right? Because I have seen many well-known successful scholars following this, nakap, right? But yeah, what Ajahn Akarapon has mentioned is also correct, right? Sometimes when you present your research gap, you can also have one or two sentences showing what the benefits your study would provide. But I'm quite sure that Ajahn Chatraporn and her PhD student mentioned the benefits somewhere before or after this paragraph, right? Actually, you can take a look, right? This is from Learn Journal, right? I'm introducing Learn Journal this afternoon, right? And it's open access journal. You can feel free to go and read and cite them, right? There are a lot of interesting papers there, and one day, right, you can submit your papers based on your study to our Learn Journal, and you get published with us. There is no publication fee, right? That's for education purposes, nakap, right? Okay, I think we should take a break. But before we take a break, right, are there any questions? Nakap? Right. I don't want you to keep the question to the last, right? I mean, if you have any questions so far, right, about introduction, about stating the research gap, literature review, abstract, feel free to ask. Or maybe if you have some experience, share your experience with us, right? That would be beneficial. If you have any question or any useful comments, please do.
All right. Dr.Supakorn, I do have one question, please. Okay, my question will go back to the split of our dissertation or our research to publish in two different papers.
Right.
Okay, my question is, for the second publication, should we try to avoid plagiarism by replacing some words? Okay, for example, we are publishing the same thing, the same experiment. Okay, the first paper, we state that we have done research with Mathayom 3 students in Buriram province in Thailand. Okay, for example, and the second publication, we published other findings of the same research by saying we have done research with grade 9 students in a province in the north of Thailand to avoid Buriram. Do we have to do that?
No. You should not do that, right? Because that's self-plagiarism. Actually, if you do that, it's like you present the same findings twice, right? No, don't get me wrong, right? When I say split means present different findings that you have never presented before. For example, yeah, in the first paper, usually, when you write up the first paper, it's like you put everything that you think this is, the dominant findings, the the major findings that you are proud of. So you put it right in the first paper. So if you want to include the experimental design, experimental study, and the result, just do it in the first paper and don't talk about experiment in the second paper. You can refer to the first paper, right? You can refer to, but in the second paper, it will be something else. Maybe you talk about, you present the data that you obtained using some other methods, like you talk about the survey questionnaire result. So maybe you talk about what do the students think about your teaching, right? For example, if you use context clues in your vocabulary teaching at your school, right? Maybe you are teaching at a school, right? So at experimental study, right? At the experimental study, right? You did your study and you present your experimental study, right? And that's it. And then when you write the second paper, you may talk about the viewpoints, or the opinions of the students that they have towards the teaching. Of course, right? Usually when you write the second paper might not be as strong as the first one, right? Because the first one is the main focus. The second one is like the minor focus, right? But you can, or maybe to give you some more paper, right? Some more examples, right? One of my PhD students, right? He developed word list, right? He developed. Actually, he's not my student, but I serve as an external examiner. He was doing his PhD at Moscow, Dr. ปิยพงษ์ and now he is the Vice Dean for Academic Affairs at เกษตรศาสตร์กำแพงแสนนะครับ อาจารย์กู้ he did very interesting study. He developed his word list, right? In hospitality, for example, hospitality like tourism, airline business, something related, right? After he developed the word list, right? Developing a word list is a very challenging task, right? After that, he created lessons and he taught the student using the word list that he created. So in his study, there are two main phases, if you know what I mean, right? To develop the word list, maybe it takes you 1 year. And, you know, to teach the student, it may take you another year, right? And, you know, in this study, right, that it's like there are two studies included in one big study of your PhD dissertation. So here, when you write the paper, you can split it, right? And of course, when you write the paper based on the first finding, you talk about how you develop the word list, right? Why is your word list important? What can people benefit from your word list, right? How useful is your word list? And in the second, right? In the second, you also showed how you use the word list that you have developed in your instruction, in your teaching, right? Of course, when you write the second paper, right, you can refer to the first paper because you have to write them at different times. Maybe you write the first one and you get it published, right? Don't wait until the last minute, believe me, right? After you have got some preliminary findings, talk to your advisor. And if you and your advisors agree on the quality of your research, right, write a paper and get it published, right? Okay, so and then maybe you take the final defense, right? And you get the second papers published and you can complete your study, right, in due course,นะครับ. So you know,นะครับ. So that's the answer to Ajahn Yuthachak. That's a very good question.
Thank you so
That's a
very
very good
much,
question. Right.
Ajahn, yes, for clear the direction to do so.
Right.
Okay,
Yeah.
next, we would like to welcome more questions, please.
Excuse me, please.
Okay.
Excuse me, Ajahn Supakorn, how many research gaps do we have in literature review? For example, if our researcher review has 5 topics, 5 subtopics, so we have to give 5 small research gaps, or we have to choose just only the big one?
Usually, you know, if you are writing for publication, now we are not talking about writing for dissertation, right? We are talking about writing papers. So, you know, when you write a paper, keep in mind that you don't have too much space. You cannot have plenty of space to include everything, right? So as I said earlier, you should not include all the 5 research topics or subtopics or the 5 main concerns in your study. Maybe you can address just 2 or 3, right? So when you state the research gap, so this is a very good question. You can, either way is possible. You can just talk about the big research gap, or you can talk about each sub research gaps, right, that are related to your research question. Usually, you know, you are going to have just no more than 2 or 3 research questions to be included in your paper, right? So you can take a look at this page, right? So here the research gap is broadly presented, right? They just say that, okay, they are going to do assessment of oral reading fluency in L2 context, right? But, you know, we haven't seen the research question, right? If you have a look at the research question, maybe, you know, based on this research gap, there could be even 2 or 3 research question related. So my answer to your question is that when you state the research gap, right, the convention is to state the research gap, right, maybe as an overview of the research gap, show why your study is important and what hasn't been done in the past studies and what you are going to do in your study, right? But, you know, the research question should be linked, right? And in the research question, you spell out in detail what you have done, right? Okay, so they are related, but they are not the same, right? But you know, you should not include everything. ใครเป็นคนถามนะครับเมื่อกี้ไม่เห็นหน้าเลยนะครับอาจารย์เสียงคุ้น
I think our would be PhD student, I guess. She from somewhere in Korat. Could you please introduce yourself?
Hi.
iPhone or something.
Right. Hi.
สวัสดีค่ะอาจารย์คะ I'm Sunisa. I'm from Nakhon Ratchasima province.
Right. Right. So you are teaching at which university?
At Rajabhat University.
Rajabhat
Rajabhat Korat University.
Oh, right. Okay. I know one teacher there, Ajahn A. Do you know Ajahn A?
Yes, Ajahn A. Yes, Ajahn A.
Ajahn A. What was her name? She is going to publish her PhD based study with us in the journal. Ajahn A. ชื่ออะไร Ajahn A.
Ajahn
PA.
A. She's she teaches us English.
Yeah.
Ajahn A. Ajahn Valerie, right?
I'm not so sure, right? But I think she's teaching at Rajabhat Korat, right? Okay. นะครับ
Okay.
Yeah, but anyway, thank you นะครับอาจารย์ประภาพันธ์ใช่ไหมฮะ thank you for joining us, right? Okay. Do you have any other questions? Right. Maybe one more question before we take a break for 15 minutes, 10 to 15 minutes, right?
Okay, I think it's a good time to take a break. 10 to 15 minutes. We will come back about 10:55.
Okay, 10:55.
Okay, so please enjoy your break. If you have any other questions during the break, you can leave in the chat box, or you can come back and ask after the break. Okay ค่ะ please enjoy your break ขอบคุณค่ะอาจารย์ Welcome back, everyone.
Hi.
Did you enjoy your break?
Maybe everyone's still enjoying that break and Saturday, right? อาจารย์ศิลปภาสอนที่ไหนครับ
I teach at Rajabhat University in Surin ค่ะ
อ๋อราชภัฏสุรินทร์ไหมฮะ
ใช่ค่ะ
อ๋อ right so it's close to Buriram นะครับ
Yes, it's nearby.
Right. I have never been to Surin. I went to Buriram sometimes, several times, right? But never had any chance to go to Surin. Maybe next time.
Yes, next time.
Which อำเภอนะอาจารย์ which อำเภอ of Buriram that is the nearest to, is next to Surin? ประโคนชัยป่ะ maybe.
Yes. Yes,
right.
ประโคนชัย
Yeah, right. Okay. เชิญเลยนะครับทุกท่าน so we have one question that I spotted in the chat, so let me address this question first. This is from Lolita. I'm not so sure who Lolita is. Maybe she's one of the PhD students, or maybe she's an guest.
She's a participant, I guess.
Right,
Yes.
right. Hey, hi Lolita, you are here, so I'm going to answer your question. Yeah. Right. So the question is, how will we know that a certain research gap is viable for a research or a study? Right. Viable means feasible. Right. So usually, right, the research gap, it depends on how you identify the research gap. If this is the research gap that has been identified by the writer of the research article, the writer of the research article should know very well that the research gap is doable or is viable, right? But if we identify the research gap by ourselves, it is, right? But viable in the sense, usually the word viable is too broad, right? Viable means possible. Possible in what way, right? If this is something that is very new, the topic is new, or the research gap has never been closed before, right? You may take time to spend your time doing your research in response to the research gap. But I mean, if the scale is bigger than you can handle, right? Maybe that would not be a good research gap. For example, if you want to explore, let's say you are doing your PhD study, but your research gap is to study the competency of English teachers around Thailand. Maybe it might be too difficult, right? For you, it might be far-fetched or too difficult for you to collect data from English teachers around Thailand. Of course, you don't have to collect data from all of them. You can do something, right? But it depends, right? It's relative, I would say, right? So how long can you do the project, right? Viability also depends on the duration as well. For example, if you have just one year or 2 years, right, but you aimed at doing research that is very big scale, maybe that would be too demanding, right? So I think maybe we can talk more about this, right? I want to hear from Miss Lolita, what you actually want to know about this, right? Hi, Lolita.
Hi, good morning, Ajahn. I'm actually a lecturer of Rajabhat Buriram, and I'm also a PhD student in the Philippines. I'm on my second year. So we're actually on a semester break right now, so that's why I can join the seminar. But usually we have also our PhD classes during Saturdays. And I think this type of seminar is very helpful, especially that we are already in the higher level. The next level will be actually our research already. And I'm very thankful that I joined today.
Thank you for joining us today too.
For me to
so where are you now? Here in Buriram, right?
Yes.
Right.
Yes. Okay. So actually, because of you discuss about research gaps, and these are to be new new informations, or you mentioned a while back that research gap would have a limited information about a certain topic or a certain situation, especially when it comes to English language. So how will we know that the identified research gap is viable for research? Like, for example, when it comes to the availability of information that we can have for another research or another study. But from what you had mentioned a while back, when you answered my question, that it depends on the period of time, it depends on how the researcher actually identified the research gap in relation to his research question. So I actually had a clear understanding now of how can we identify a research gap, or if that research gap is viable for another research study.
Right. So may I ask you one question? What is your research topic that you are doing for your PhD thesis?
I'm not yet on my PhD thesis, Ajahn. I'm on my second year. Maybe next year or next semester.
Right. So start with a topic, right? Start with a topic that you are interested in, right? And you are going to pursue this, right? So start from reviewing some related literature, right? Don't just read a book, but read research articles, because research articles are, number one, present you with more recent findings, right? Maybe the books are old, right? The process used in writing a book is longer than writing research articles, right? So I would suggest that if you want to study at a PhD level, for example, right, or whatever, right, start with research articles and focus on the recent one. Those published I mean maybe from 2015, let's say, to the in the last 5 years, I would say, right? So you can keep abreast of the recent trends in our fields, right? And you are going to see what research gap is, because if the literature review is not thoroughly done, right, chances are you might run into a problem of doing something that has been done already, right? And your work would be less valuable than expected, right? So don't worry about that. Let's first try to finding the topic that you like most, right? And try reading research articles related to the topic, right? And then you are going to see some viable topics. Thank you for asking, Lolita, right? Nice to meet you, right? Yeah. How long have you been teaching at Buriram?
It's my first year teaching in Buriram.
Oh, that's why we haven't met.
Yeah,
we didn't meet earlier, right? And did you work in Thailand before?
Yes, Ajahn. It's my 5th year here in Thailand.
Oh, where did you work before? Can you share with us?
In Pathum Thani, under the project of Nakhon Pathom Rajabhat University also, but under the English project.
Right. So you taught there, right? Nakhon Pathom Rajabhat. So which faculty? Language Institute or?
I think that the project of the English language is under the that is under the HRM college. I think they have a project that they are to bring English teachers in different provinces of around Nakhon Pathom.
I see. Right. Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Right. Yeah. It's good to know you. Okay. Right. Okay. So I'm going to continue. And I think before we take the lunch break, right, I can ask some of you to present, right, some of the PhD students to present the synthesis of your study, right? And in the afternoon before we start our session, right, I mean, we still have time, right? So we can ask some of you who would like to volunteer to present. This is going to be like 5-minute presentation. You can present based on your proceeding paper. Ajahn Akrapon sent me all the papers and I browsed through them last night. But actually, I would like you to share the screen so that the other people, especially those who are not in your program can see, and maybe they can share some useful comments with us, right? Okay, so now let me share the screen again. Can you see the screen, right?
Yes, we can see your screen.
Yeah, thank you very much. Okay, I go quickly, right? Oh, sorry. Right, now it's full. I have to put it here. Right, okay. Next part is methodology, right? I usually say this to my PhD students, that methodology is the heart or the main gist, the gist of your study, right? So, the literature review is the past, the research question is the guidance, right? But methodology, this is like the heart of your work, right? So what you should include in methodology part in your research article writing is participant, who your participants are, what were the sampling methods that you use in recruiting them, how many, which L1 do they speak? For example, maybe they speak, L1, right? First language, maybe they speak L1 Burmese, they speak L1 Thai, they speak L1 Mandarin Chinese, they speak L1 Tagalog, right? Age, right? Age, gender, if age and gender are the main variables in your study. If not, you can skip this, right? You can select, you can choose to talk about L2 proficiency levels of the students. If proficiency is taken into consideration for your study, you can also discuss the school context, right? And the next thing that is as important as participant concerns the research instrument, right? What were the instruments that you use in collecting data, right? You have to, usually, when you do PhD research, right, you are supposed to use combination of research instrument, maybe at least two or three. Like you use tests, you use questionnaire, interview, writing test, speaking test, or whatever. Don't use too much, right? But at least 2 or 3 for triangulation. I'm quite sure that you have learned this term. Triangulation of research instruments mean we use more than one research instrument, so that when you get the results, right, you can cross-check the results, right, and you can confirm the result, because you cannot you cannot solely depend on the research result from one research tool, right? Yeah, if you look at the test score, right, the test score only may not determine the proficiency of the student. Maybe they get higher score, but they guessed, right, something like that. But maybe you can use some qualitative methods like interview, or maybe you can use some other tasks to cross-check. This is to confirm the validity of your research results, right? Talk about your research design, survey, experiment, case study, and so on, right? What are the how you prepared your materials? Like, did you have any pilot study, right? Did you do any IOC? IOC is very common, right? But there are some linguistic fields that IOC might not be suitable, right? So for example, if you are doing psycholinguistic research projects, maybe you are doing something else, right? You will never know until you are in the field. And I, even though I'm editor, I do not know all the fields, right? Because I'm not interested in all the fields, right? So people who are, expert in the field can let you know. Or maybe, once you are in the field, the more you read, right? The more papers you read, the more knowledge you get, and you can be more confident in what the appropriate tools you are going to use, right? Believe me, right? Different research topics require different research tools, right? It depends on the topic that you are choosing. If you are doing this cost analysis, the research tool would be something else. If you are looking at L2 pragmatic competence, maybe you are using something like this course completion task, right? If you are looking at grammatical proficiency, maybe you use a grammatical judgment task or GJT. So, these are differently used depending on the purpose of your study and the topic, right? And you have to validate these materials, right? And then you have to mention the framework for data analysis. Whose framework? Whose scholars framework? is your data analysis based on, right? Maybe you can base your data analysis on one Scholars framework or a combination of 2 or 3. Yeah, so long as it fits the purpose of your study, right? Okay, look at this. Effectiveness of English preposition learning through DDL. DDL is data-driven learning. DDL is commonly used in corpus-based teaching, right? Where you present learners with language examples rather than teaching them the rules first, right? Provide your students with language examples and ask them to look at the data and try to discover the language rules by themselves, and the teacher can act as a facilitator to help them shape the rules, right? Okay, this is based on my MA student, Bunyapa Buntham. Right now, she's also doing a PhD with me, right? She's teaching at Rajabhat Nakhon Sawan, nakab. Okay, in her study at that time, right, she investigated the DDL using this with grade 4 EFL students in IEP, right? Intensive English program at a private school in Thailand. So, you know, I would like to point out, when you write a research paper, don't spell out your school or the university name, right? That's unethical, right? You can put the name in the thesis, I think, right? But you know, when you want to publish your paper, right, don't even mention the school or the university names, right? You can just tell the context, right? Inform the readers of the context or the nature of the school, like private school, old school, something like that, but don't tell the name directly, right? So here she collected data from grade 4 students, okay, right? And the participants are non-native elementary students. The researcher conducted the study with the highest performance section. And in the study, she recruited 50 students whose L1 background was Thai, right? And, you know, they have studied English as a second language, actually as a foreign language. But here, second in the sense that this is the sequence, the language sequence that they learned after Thai was acquired, right? For almost 4 years, and they have a mean age of 10, right? So here, this is the background information of the participants, right? Some of you who have read research papers, right? If you read papers published long time ago in 1990s or 2000s, right? They would prefer the term subjects. Subjects of the study mean those who join the study as your information giver, right? But right now, the term participant is much more common, right? It's much more common in almost all fields, right? So avoid using the term subjects, right? Otherwise, you are going to sound old-fashioned. Okay, and then you talk about data collection and instrument. So in this study, Bunyapa used a one group pre-test, post-test design. So this is an experimental study, right? She collected the data from the group to use convenient sampling, right? She used the student, the group that she was teaching, she asked them to do a pre-test on first, right? She used a Cambridge English placement test to place the students, right? And then from 50 learners, she recruited 30 learners, right? Ranked as A2 level. A2, you know, if you know CEFR, A is the most basic level, right? And A2 is a bit higher than A1, right? Okay, because she collected the data from primary students, prathom, right? So A2 level should be good enough, right? So, you know, from the 50 learners, right, she got 30 learners for her study, and she put them into a special class. She did not do her study in a regular class, because doing that might, in one way or another, affect the performance of the student. It might be unfair to the student, especially student in other classes, right? So she recruited the student and she made an appointment with the student to study maybe after school, right? So this is like special lecture, special session, right? And then for the framework of the study, right? The data from self-assessment surveys and interview were analyzed, right? Using SPSS, right? She used descriptive statistics. She looked at the mean score, SD. She used Pearson's correlation, blah, blah, blah. And, you know, for qualitative data, she used interview, right? You know, when you interview, you don't need to interview all of them. It's going to be time consuming because interview takes time, right? You can randomly choose some, or maybe you look at the score of the student and you choose some student with high score or low score or middle score for your interview, right? Maybe, you know, when you interview, you can do it like 5 or 6 students. That's it, right? That's enough, because interview is not the main instrument of the study. So in this case, Punyapa study is an example of mixed methods. Mixed means she used both quantitative and qualitative approaches. You know what I mean, right? But, you know, it's more on quantitative because she looked at the test scores and the questionnaire, right? And then, you know, she used interview as a supplementary to confirm, right? Because, you know, for example, if the student got a higher score, maybe it might mean that, right, they are happy with the teaching approach, something like that. Okay. When you present results, right? Right, this is a paper published in Journal of English as for academic purposes. This is also a very good journal, right?
And Dr. Yi, can I interrupt for
Yes,
interview?
Sure.
For interview, it is better or not to identify the structure or semi-structure interview as a supplementary research tool.
Thank you, Kapajan. That's very good question. Usually, right, from what I have seen, semi-structured interview is preferable, right? Yeah, I mean, when you interview, you should prepare some question, right? Maybe like 10 questions. And of course, the interview question must be validated by at least 3 experts, right? I mean, actually, all the instruments that you are going to use, interview, questionnaire, test, they must be validated unless they have been earlier in the previous study. For example, if the interview question were used in the previous studies, and you know for sure that they were validated before, you don't need to waste your time in validating those. But, you know, if you think of this question by yourself, you have to get it validated by asking experts to give comments on the quality of your interview question. And as Ajahn Ek mentioned, right? Yes. Yeah, thank you for asking, Nakab. So I think
one more thing, Ajahn, I think some of my students still get confused about the differences between validity and reliability.
Oh, right. I think that's a big topic to talk about, right? Actually, maybe I think Ajahn Sauro talk about that, right? Validity means correctness of the date of this, right? Validity means let's say, you know, if it's a test, right? Validity means number one, the sentence. Let's say, you know, you are assessing whatever knowledge, like grammatical knowledge of English. But, you know, the sentence must be written in a grammatically correct way, right? That's validity of the test. Or it must have only one correct answer. If it has more than one correct answer, the test is not valid. If it doesn't have any correct answer, it's not valid either, right? So that's validity. Validity means when you get the score, it's valid, right? Yeah. Or maybe, you know, let's say, you know, you ask the students to evaluate. Maybe Ajahn Yuthachak is teaching at a school, right? And you ask the student to evaluate your teaching performance. But the students love you. Maybe, you know, the students love you a lot, right? And they want to give you moral support. Or maybe they are afraid that they will fail, right? They give you 5 in the questionnaire, right? So you get all the 5, right? Maybe, right, you doubt this. Do the student think like this? Right? Is that always true? Something like that, right? So maybe this may affect the validity, right? Maybe, you know, when the results are too good to be true or too bad to be true, yeah, you doubt. You are suspicious of the validity. Reliability is like, if we talk about tests, right? No matter how many times you have used that test, the test score of the student who are of the same language proficiency should not change, right? For example, at Thammasat we have TU GET นะครับ at Jula we have CU TEP นะครับ These are examples of standardized tests, right? If you ask the students who take CU TEP, right, today and tomorrow they are taking, or maybe next week they are taking the same test, their mean score would be similar, should be more or less the same, right? If their mean score are totally different, maybe there might be something wrong with reliability, something like that. So this is to be brief, but actually in research methodology there are a lot more to talk about when it comes to reliability and validity. And also in language testing there are different things, right? Yeah, I think
in Thai language we also have particular technical terms in Thai, like ความเชื่อมั่น ความน่าเชื่อถือ so
something like that, yeah.
Sometimes
that's very confusing.
Got confused,
right?
Yeah.
Right, อำนาจจำแนก or whatever, right? Yeah, something like that, something that's yeah. Maybe English terms should be more friendly นะครับอาจารย์ right?
Yeah, I think so. Thank you so much
นะครับอาจารย์เอก thank you very much นะครับ
Thank you ครับ
So if we take a look at this, right, you can see that you don't have to read them all, right? But when you present the result, right, make sure that don't make your paragraph too long. Otherwise, you are going to, torment the readers, right? Don't make it too long or too short, right? Keep the same length, right? Okay, yeah. It doesn't mean that you have to be of this length, right? But this is your style. If you think your paragraph should be like 10 lines long, keep it at the same length, นะครับ and when you present the results, right, try to present the result based on each instrument that you have. If you have 3 instruments, questionnaire, test, interview, present them according to the order that you have shown in methodology. Don't swap them, okay? Right. And then don't forget to include table, especially if you are dealing with quantitative research, right? You must have table, right? The other day I received a manuscript submitted to Learn Journal, right? And it's based on a PhD study in Thailand. But we had to reject, not I alone, but the editorial team had to reject the paper because it doesn't contain any table, right? And we actually, you might ask, Ajahn, why don't you be so kind to contact the writer? We did, right? But the writer who was a PhD student said, in my study there was no table, so we were amazed, right? That's impossible, right? Especially when you are doing something like with statistics. Tokens mean the number of occurrences, right? You need to have tables, right? Okay, this is what editors and reviewers expect to see. And then discussion. So this is very important, right? When you write your research paper, I think apart from methodology, discussion is what determines whether your paper will get accepted or rejected, right? You should highlight the new findings, right? Don't just report the findings. Don't just share the findings, but from the findings that you have got, how can you interpret them, right? For example, okay, look at this. The present study is among the few attempts. So you are promoting your study, right? You are promoting yourself as a researcher that, hey, yeah, this is just a few attempts to investigate erroneous uses of preposition. Erroneous mean wrong uses of preposition embedded in LB. LB mean lexical bundles in L2 production. So you state how your study differs from the past studies, right? You try to link your study to the past study and show in what way your study brings about new knowledge. And this study targeted PP-based bundles identified in L2 argumentative essays. So here, this is your selling points, right? Hey, yeah, you show the world that I got my result. I got my data from argumentative essay, not other kind of data, right? So, you know, I asked the student to write essay, and the specific type of essay is argumentative. And the findings, also, you know, the last sentence is the most important. The findings provide new insights into learners' uses of prepositions in recurrent multi-word sequences in the given genre, right? So you can see that the given genre here means argumentative essay. So in this specific genre, right, what you have found, right? Okay, now highlight the new findings. Link the findings of your study to the previous ones, right? For example, here, you can see the results show that when Korean students, so this is another student, when Korean students attempt to use PP-based, or the same study, sorry, PP-based bundle in their writing, they not only have a restricted repertoire means knowledge, right? But also tend to select bundles different from those found in the native corpus. And then after you show the result, what you should discuss next is, this observation is consistent with or similar to the accumulated findings in the literature, including other studies involving L1 Korean EFL speakers. And here, you can put them together. You don't have to refer to the past studies. You don't have to refer to each previously reviewed study, but you can put them together in brackets, right? Because you have thoroughly reviewed them in review of literature. So here you can just say that, okay, from your study, I have found that my results are consistent with the findings in the previous study. In what way, right? And then you put them in the summary brackets, like, okay, which study are my findings consistent with, right? Okay, you don't have to discuss each unless you know you have a point for discussing each past study in detail.
Then Supakorn, somewhere we add in the bracket in particular EG, but somewhere yes. No EG. What's different between this EG
and IE, right?
Yeah, EEG, yeah. Somewhere we don't have these short terms, like for example, something like that.
Right. So here, that's a good point, Ajahn. So it means that, right, usually, you know, we don't have EG. Sometimes you have EG. I would suggest that you use EG. EG is a Latin word from exemplification, meaning I'm giving example. Exempli is a Latin-based word meaning example, right? When you use EG, you are implying that there are many more studies, right? But I don't put all of them here, right? But yeah, this is to play safe. If you don't use EG, it means the readers would assume that there are only 3 studies that are mentioned here, but actually there could be more, right? Yeah, I mean, to play safe, right? We say EG, not IE. Okay, students, some students get confused between EG and IE. Yeah, when you see IE, yeah, it comes from the Latin word it est, right? But you don't have to know, right? Yeah, it means namely. It means if you use IE, it means you are going to show all the members of this group, right? Yeah, that's IE. IE or namely mean you are going to outline everything, right? Yeah. But for example, if you say in my study, yeah, like the paper that Ajahn Palapa wrote and she submitted to Reflections Journal, right? In my study, we looked at 2 synonyms. I cannot remember the word, right? Yeah, but you know, in the study, right? You know, actually in the corpus linguistic course, Palapa, you know, the faculty member here, she joined our PhD program at Thammasat, only 2, right? And you know, I asked the student in my corpus linguistic class to choose 2 synonyms to study using a corpus-based approach. Let's say, you know, if you study in your study, let's say in one of my studies, I look at the words consequence, result, and outcome. So I would refer to them that, okay, in this study, the target synonym, and then comma, I dot E dot, and then I spell 3 of them, right? So IE means you show all the members of the group. But EG means you show only some examples, right? So here, yeah, thank you, Nakab, in relation to what the Dean has asked. Yeah, that's a very thought-provoking question. Thank you, right?
Thank you.
When you link your findings to the previous studies, right? Yeah, even though you have reviewed 3 related to this point, that's why, you know, in chapter 2 or in the review of study, right? You review only 3, maybe because of the limited space, right? So here, you must repeat 3 here, but use EG to hint or to mention or to imply that there are more, right? There are more.
But we did not
I choose only these 2.
We did not to add one more short word like ETC by the end of this citation. ETC, etc., something like that. No need to use this short term by the end of your.
Yeah, right. You can, but you don't. Usually we don't put ETC in brackets. This is from my observation. I might be wrong, right? But usually, you know, when we use EG, right, or such as, right, we can use ETC, right? In sorry, we can use etc. or ETC. But not in brackets, right? Usually we rarely see ETC in brackets, right? Okay.
Thank you.
Right. But if you want to include, it's not wrong. Okay. Now let's move on. So here, use hedging, right? What I would like to emphasize to you here is the underlying part, right? When you discuss the findings, right? You need to try to protect yourself from the critical arguments from those who do not agree with you, right? So they might challenge or attack you, right? So you here, you have to say, okay, with some, you don't have to understand this, right? But at least focus on what I highlighted and underlined. Approximately 70% of all the preposition errors, yeah, approximately mean around, right? Around or about, but it's more formal, right? They very often combine them. Yeah, if you don't use, okay, some of you think that, okay, I will avoid using always or all the time, but that's not enough. Try not to use only present simple or past simple, because if you say they combine them, it means they always, you know, the implication is that this is part of their habit. So in order to make sure that you are not overgeneralizing your findings, you need to say they very often combine them, right? Okay. Yeah, but do you know this must be supported by your data as well? Or you can say the frequency of such errors with embedded items in LBs therefore can partly explain. Yeah, you don't say they can explain, but they can partly or partially explain, right? This is to safeguard yourself, right? Save yourself that, you know, they can partly explain and partly cannot explain, right? Okay. This is to show that you are humble as well. And, you know, the small number of PP-based bundles in L2 production consistently reported by data-driven corpus studies, right? And then EG again, right? Now, for example, okay. Here, we are moving on to the last section, right? Before I give you some time for presenting, right? พอดีเมื่อคืนลืมชาร์จแบตนะฮะชาร์จแต่ลืมเปิดสวิตช์ก็เลยแบตหมดจะต้อง
Ajahn Tien, don't forget to ask the questions, the speaker by the end of morning session. Ajahn Tien, okay?
Right.
Ajahn Tien, Ajahn Samyong.
Ask questions and present, right? Present your paper, right? Some of you who volunteer to present paper. Okay, conclusion, some observation. When you write conclusion, you can have one big session for conclusion that include all of these four, right? Or you can have conclusion that include only summary and your viewpoint, and that's going to be a shorter version of conclusion. But keep in mind that you also need to have pedagogical implications, limitations, and recommendation as separate sections. Sometimes limitations and recommendations can be combined, right? Or sometimes all of them can be placed together in conclusion, right? Okay. Summary, what you cannot miss is summary of the findings, right? This is to sum up what you have found in your study, right? Here, right, this finding provide useful pedagogical implications. So here, when you are giving pedagogical implications, maybe you can spare 1 or 2 paragraphs to talk about how teachers can benefit from your study, right? Because you all are teachers, right? And you are in the ELT program. So what you are supposed to do is to show a clear link between your research study and your subsequent language teaching, right? That's very important, right? Okay, maybe we talk about how teachers can reap benefits from your study, but don't overclaim. Okay, whatever implications that you are suggesting here must be based on your study, the findings of your study. Don't just, some graduate students think that this is just, their own idea. And they just say, okay, you should do this, you should teach like this. That's not correct. What is right is you should show in what way people can utilize your findings, right? How can they benefit from your findings, right? Yeah. In what way can they enhance their teaching based on your findings, right? Otherwise, it's going to be irrelevant, right? Some students of mine propose their pedagogical implications in some conferences, right? And some professors there, they are kindly enough to make some corrections, saying that, okay, this might not be pedagogical implications based on your study, right? It should be specific to the findings of your study only, right? Okay. Again, right, my tip is that look at the good journals and look at the way well-known scholars or scholars in our field write this, because especially if the journals are good, right, they have a very strict screening process. So you can be sure that the final product, like everything presented in the published version, should be good enough to follow and to take as a role model, right? Okay, so first of all, look at the quality of the journal, and the quality of the journal guarantees the the role model or the good model that you can conform to, right? Limitations and recommendations, right? You can talk about limitations are not weaknesses. Some of the students of mine think that limitations are weaknesses. Actually, they are not. They are like your study is limited in some way. Okay. Usually limitations are something that might make your study look weak, but you are aware of that. All studies in the world have limitations. There are no perfect studies, right? But you have to show that you are well aware of the limitations, right? For example, if your study involves written essays, right? The limitation is, your findings cannot be generalized to the spoken one, something like that, because you collect the data from the written. Or maybe if your study is specific to Thai students from the Thai program, maybe the findings from your study may not be generalizable or may not be extended to Thai students in English program or international program, something like that. So that's the limitation, right? Usually we talk about generalizability, we talk about what could be done in the future research, right? If you present two limitations, you need to present two corresponding recommendations. What are you suggesting that future researchers do to address the limitations that the present study has, right? For example, if the present study has some limitation because, right, they study a student from Thai program, you may say that, okay, in the future, right, researchers might take students from international programs into consideration as well. Or you study, let's say, relative clauses in student writing, right? In the future, right, it is suggested that researchers include data from the spoken English, something like that, right? You can think about something like this, right? Anything that that is not within the scope of your present study, right? นะครับ or whatever that could be in the limitation นะครับ and then don't forget this is go before you end your paper you need to have a concluding paragraph, right? You can say something like all in all, overall, right? The present study as useful insight into the use of lexical bundle produced by English learners, pinpointing specific area, blah, blah, blah. So you can see that the first sentence in the concluding paragraph would be very long and complex, right? The findings of the study thus offer practical pedagogical information that should be useful for ESL and EFL teachers, right? So sorry,นะครับ, the comma should be put next to the word teachers, right? That's typo,นะครับ. So here, this is the concluding paragraph. You should conclude your paper nicely by showing, maybe repeating, yeah, in what way your study contributes to ELT,นะครับ, right? Do you know the difference between ESL and EFL, right? ESL, usually, you know, these two terms are, they are old terms, right? ESL means English as a second language. So you think about countries which were once colonized by English-speaking countries like Malaysia, Singapore, Myanmar, the Philippines, India, even South Africa, right? The people that were forced to speak English, not only in classroom, but you know, in the everyday life context, right? For example, in Tanzania, right, in Africa, Tanzania was once colonized by the British Empire, right? So right now, even though they use Swahili as a national and official language, they allow for English as another official language, right? Yeah, or in Singapore, for example, the people there are fluent speakers of English, in addition to some other languages like Malay, Mandarin, or even the dialects that they picked up from their parents. So in those contexts, right, they speak English as a second language, right, in their everyday life. But in Thailand, in Korea, China, for example, in France, right, we speak English as a foreign language. So, you know, English is spoken only in classroom, right? And, you know, we don't have any other context where you can speak English, right? Because outside you talk to other people in Thai, right? Everywhere you go, you see notices, billboards in Thai. But of course, you know, we have to admit that the role of English in Thailand is very special, right? It is the first foreign language that is introduced in schools, right? Okay.นะครับ. So here is time for question and answer. I am going to stop sharing. Okay. Should we? Okay. อาจารย์พานุพันธ์ right? Hi. อาจารย์พานุพันธ์ or อาจารย์ Sia, right? อาจารย์พานุพันธ์ is a very clever student, right? I acted as his external examiner when he studied with Dr. Gorvipa at Khon Kaen University. So this is a good question. Should we combine result and discussion, or should we separate them? Okay, we are talking about research paper, right? In the research paper, to combine result and discussion together or to separate them, it depends on two things. นะครับ The first one, it depends on the preference of the field, right? There are some linguistic fields or there are some subfields in ELT where discussion and result should be presented together, right? For example, if you are doing this course analysis, when you analyze this course, right? When you show the result, not just, especially if the results are qualitative in nature, right? You should interpret the result. You should interpret by saying what the result means. So here you discuss the results, right? That's why, you know, there are some cases, right? But you know where the choice is open. So now this is your own choice, right? The researchers can choose either to put them together or to separate them. If you ask me, I would say it depends, right? It depends. You can separate them. But actually, you know, what I often see is many writers put them in the same section, even though they separate them in the same section. You know what I mean, right? After methodology, the next one is like result and discussion, right? And in the result, they show table, and then they have some text under the table where they paraphrase or they highlight the main finding based on the table. And then after everything, after every result is shown, they start to discuss the findings. But altogether, they are in the same section or heading called result and discussion or findings and discussion. Yeah, okay, นะครับ Phadupan. Yeah, I think so. Phadupan is we share the same area of specialization, corpus linguistics, right? So even in corpus linguistics, right, it depends on how you use corpus in the study. If you use corpus in teaching, maybe those who are ELT people, they might prefer to have them separately, right? But if you are doing something like what Phadupan was doing in the past, like lexical bundles, right? Oh, I didn't expect that you are coming today, but I thought of him. That's why I selected the papers in lexical bundles. That's very interesting. Lexical bundle, it helps you write successfully. It helps you speak with more fluency, right? Okay, so I answered Ajahn Phadupan's question, right? Okay, any other questions?
Chanjui Palampa, Chanjui, you already submit your paper to get published in a well-known journals. Would you like to share something with your junior friends?
Right. Actually, Chanjui is our pride, because in my course, right, I selected 5 students, and Ajahn Yui was one of them. I asked them to select pairs of synonyms to be studied, and this is like mini research project that we use corpus of contemporary American English. And Ajahn Yui's findings were amazing, right? One of the best, right? That's why we submitted it to, but we tried it the hard way, right? First we submitted it to one journal, we got rejected. So that's lesson learned. We submitted it to another journal, right? And then we got rejected, and this is the 3rd attempt, right? So I'm giving you moral support that don't give up, right? Rejection is a part of our academic life, right? Don't be afraid to get rejected. We are not losing our faith, right? Yeah, maybe you aim high first. If not, you aim a bit lower, right? But after you get rejected, maybe you get feedback. Some journals are good enough to give us some feedback. Even though they reject our paper, they would give us some constructive feedback, and we take the feedback to revise our paper. And then after revision, we send it to another paper,
another year, your PhD students at LITU are allowed to get a paper published in Learn or not?
Yes, sure, they can, right? Okay. Yeah, I mean, all the graduate students, we limit. Even LITU people, we limit to maybe, I mean, no more than 20%. Right. Oh, I see. Yeah, of all Thammasat people, but the good news is because we can publish up to 30 papers for one issue, right? Okay, so the quota would be larger, right? Yeah.
So that is our good opportunity. 9 of you, PhD student here. I think you can talk to him in person, or maybe you can consult Ajahn Yui Palampa.
Yeah, or after you have done your study, right, and you have got your papers, right, you can submit it to Learn. Actually, Ajahn Phadupan also published his nice paper in Learn.
Yeah, I read it. Right. Ajahn Tien, are you planning to get it published in Learn? Yeah, Ajahn Tien.
Sure.
This afternoon, we are going to talk about all the journals. In Thailand, there are 3 journals in our field, text in corpus, right? Phasa. I have seen your poster that you have Ajahn Panchali, right? Dr. Panchali.
Yeah,
she's my teacher.
She's my teacher.
Oh,
right, good. That's good.
Right. Yeah, she taught me research in applied linguistics.
Oh, that's good. Ajahn Yui, if your paper still rejected, your paper welcome to get published in my journal, Manusaya Sangkom San, under the HUSOC faculty. All right.
But I think her paper. Ajahn Yui, I am so impressed with her revision, because we got so many points to revise, and I said, okay, Ajahn Yui, you revise first. I'm going to have a look. But her revision was excellent. I would say I'm not complimenting you just for nothing, but you know, I'm so impressed by her revision. I said, oh, you know, this is professional, and you know, I just, you know, made some, you know, minor help right before we resubmit it to reflection. So we hope that it would be published, right? Okay.
I think her paper will get published at the same time she appointed as assistant professor, I guess. Yeah, because
right.
now
I mean,
has
she submitted, right?
Yes, already, just waiting for the result. It will be a coincidence, I guess. When people get published,
right.
she will be
I
promoted as a new assistant professor.
I thought you were going to use this paper for your assistant professorship, but actually you don't need this paper, right? I mean, you have some other papers, right?
Yeah, actually, I wait for too long. Yeah, so I use
right. That's good, right? And you can use this paper for something else, right? Number one, for associate professorship, and number two, at least you can help the faculty, right? Okay. Ajahn, we have about 10 minutes. If we have no question, can I ask some students to present the proceeding articles, and you know, just you don't have to present it in a formal way, right? You just make it, you know, in a friendly style. Just let us know what is about, right? You can just focus on your abstract. Is anyone willing to do so? ใครดีอาจารย์เอกเส้นมีนาย right อาจารย์ยุทธจักรไหมอาจารย์ยุทธจักร the MC the very handsome and MC and do you have
อาจารย์ยุทธศักดิ์ is handsome อาจารย์ศิริศักดิ์ is more handsome I am the most handsome more handsome and the most handsome yeah อาจารย์ยุทธจักร will be better will be the best choice
นะครับ and you know this afternoon, right, anyone who would like to volunteer to present, right, I will you know, give you like maybe 40 or 45 minutes for sharing this with us before I start the afternoon session. So those who would like to present the proceeding paper, please feel free to do so. Ajahn Yuthachak, do you have the file with you?
Okay, yes, Professor. Thank you very much for the chance, and also thanks to Mr. Dean. But anyway, giving me this opportunity to present my work in this morning is kind of delivering me for my lunch, because I don't have to be worried about the afternoon session because I have done in the morning. Okay. Okay, let me share my screen, and I'm going to finish it within about 7 minutes in an informal way. Okay.
Okay.
This paper is kind of a review paper, and the topic is effects of virtual classrooms on English language skills and other learning aspects. Okay, my purpose is to, I want to synthesize what people have done during the COVID-19, because we are working from home because of the lockdown measures. So I would like to study research, from all over the world, what they have found, what they have done. So for the significance of this study, I think that the findings of all of those research will give us the way to contribute to designing online English language teaching. Because usually, if there's no COVID-19, we will be, working offline. But for COVID-19, it's kind of giving us a chance, even though COVID is not good. But the situation gives us a chance to go closer to online learning. Okay, like we are in Thailand. Some of teachers are not good at working with computers, but for COVID-19, everyone has to work on computer. So this kind of to generate digital literacy. So I think is positive way to learn online teaching. So this is what I think about the significance of this study. And next. I have 3 research questions. Okay, the first one I would like to see what those research have in common, in virtual classroom. The second question is what they have found as the effects of virtual classrooms on English language skills. And the third question is that what they have found the effects of virtual classrooms on learning aspects. I mean, other aspects apart from the 4 language skills. And
okay, can you please move back? I have some comments on your research. It's good that you present it this way because you have your slides, so it's very easier for me to give you some comment, right? So first of all, when you present your research question, right, please use present tense, right? Yeah, present tense. Even though the study have been conducted, right, use present tense, right? So it should be what are, right? And for the third one, right, I think it's a bit too broad, right? Because you say, I know that number 2 and number 3 are different. Number 2, you want to address the English language skills, right? And number 3, you want to address their learning, right? It should be English learning aspect, right? To narrow it down a bit, right? Not learning aspect in general. Okay, so yeah, this is very interesting because COVID-19 will stay with us for so long, right? So right, it's interesting to do research on this.
Okay. And the method, okay, is the synthesis study, and okay, I have set the inclusion criteria by visiting index database, index journal, okay, between the COVID-19 era from 2019 to 2021, and these are the keyword combinations I put into Google Scholar. And then the most suitable research I have found 15. I mean the closest research that are close to my research question. And then, okay, I use the what we call. Okay, I use the 6 steps analysis to divide them into themes and sub-themes.
Yeah. Okay. Ajahn, one more point that I would like to explain to you all, because you are very new. You are just the 2nd year student, right? So when you present your paper, what you have now is just the introduction and literature review, right? And actually the research methodology here, it has some special meaning in the sense that the research methodology is like book research, right? What you are doing here is a documentary research, not empirical research, right? So that's okay for this point, right? But after this, you are going to start your research, right? Study by collecting your own data, doing an experiment or whatsoever, right? So here, I would like to see when you revise your research methodology. I mean, when you start doing your research, right? The research methodology would change. This is going to represent the real methodology that you use in data collection process, right? How you collect the data, how you sample the participants, right? And what you are presenting here would be moved to chapter 2, review of literature, right?
Yes.
Right. But on the whole, this is very interesting. This is very interesting. It's a very good topic, and because Ajahn Yuthajak is dealing with the recent trend, right? The recent trends in language teaching and learning, right? That's why you have found all the recent studies like those published in 2020, 2021, and also in the future 2022, because this is the time frame when COVID-19 occurred, right? Okay, even though you can sometimes refer back to some concepts of online learning that preceded, right? Like 2017, even though we had no COVID-19 pandemic, online learning was still encouraged, right? Okay, so please move forward, Ajahn Yuthajak, and you are going to be successful. I'm quite sure you are on the right hands, with Ajahn, working with Ajahn Nawamin, right? Yes. Ajahn Nawamin is your advisor, and Ajahn Chukiet, I know both of them. They are very nice men. Very nice men. Both Ajahn Nawamin and Ajahn Chukiet, Ajahn Chukiet is from Thhammasat, ใช่ไหมครับ Faculty of Education. I could remember him, Ajahn Akharapon.
Yes, Professor. Okay, and then I came up with the results for my research question 1, right? And I had the discussion this is my research question too, and I
Right.
put the discussion over here.
Right. So here that's okay, but I would like to understand that actually this is the result. This is the result of your documentary research, not the real result from your study, right? So if you want to present at international conferences, maybe in the future, right? And if you want to get your paper published, right? Wait until you get your study done and you have got everything, right? So here I understand because you are new, all of you are new in the field, right? That's why at this stage, right, you have only literature review. But next year, for the next conference to be hosted in Buriram, you are going to be second year student, and you are expected to present much more thorough results, right? Maybe you of course you are going to have the real methodology and whatever, right? So here what you are presenting here, this is just your projected or right projected recommendations, right? But actually I think, right, you can wait until you get the real findings, right? So today when you present, I'd like you to present the research question if you have any, and then literature review, right, and the synthesis of your review, and that's it.
Okay, thank you very much, Professor. Okay.
I think we can have lunch break, and then after this, right, we meet again at 1, right, and then I let the other, maybe I try to cover all of you, but if not, right, I have to apologize for that, right? Yeah, so prepare your PowerPoint slides, or if you don't have, you can show the proceeding, but all of you should have PowerPoint, right? Because you presented already. So let's say, okay, 5 minutes for one PhD student, and then I give you some comments. Okay.
Okay, thank you very much. That's the morning session speech by Associate Professor Dr.Supakorn Phoocharoensil. His talk this morning is very useful and insightful for our project, our research ahead. And now it's 12 noon. It's time for our lunch break. Have a very good time in your break and prepare your works. If you have any comments or questions, you can prepare your questions for the afternoon session. Okay, thank you very much for now. See you at 1 p.m. in the afternoon. Thank you very much. See you.
ขอบคุณครับ
พี่เจมส์คะ
Yes.
Okay. I just test my laptop.
Okay. How my voice goes to you?
It's clear ค่ะ
But when I use this system to record my clip, when I listen to my clip, it's not clear.
Good afternoon again.
Good afternoon, Ajahn Mary. How are you?
นนค่ะอาจารย์แมรี่
Hello.
อาจารย์แมรี่ can you hear me
Yes.
Last night I was shopping for a new laptop to use at Ajahn Siddhisat's house.
really it seemed to be that today you use the new one right
The old one, I just, I was just shopping, but I have not made my mind yet.
window shopping right
Yes.
last weekอาจารย์ขวัญ told me that my voice is not clear and also my camera it's not work as well. It means time for buying the new one like you.
So you bought a new one.
ค่ะอาจารย์ Mary.
So you bought a new one.
Not yet, because I don't have enough money at that time. At this time.
But today you're okay for today.
Just it depends. It depends on how does that. Sometimes it can, sometimes cannot. I don't know why.
Maybe the connection.
Today your voice is better nah.
Really? Not be because I use the my voice from my phone, my iPhone, not from laptop.
Oh,
I
see.
Hi everyone, good afternoon. Right, I think you enjoy your lunch, right?
Good afternoon ค่ะอาจารย์
Afternoon. Are all of you in Buriram or you are from different places? อาจารย์วิภาพร where are you ครับอาจารย์
I live in Phoocharoensil, Professor.
Oh, you live in
today,
Phoocharoensil, right?
yes. Today the weather is okay. In the morning it's quite cold, but now it's very hot.
Yeah, right. Yeah.
Yeah.
But the weather in Bangkok is consistent. It's always hot, right? Yeah.
Really?
We never know what winter is in Bangkok, right? When I was young, like 5 or 6 years old, there was winter in Bangkok, but now there is no winter. So we never experience winter. My niece and nephew never know what winter looks like, right? Ajahn Siddhisat is from Buriram, I know, right? And how about the others, right?
Yes.
Hi, Ajahn Silapapa is from Surin, ใช่ไหม
Yes.
Right. Okay. Ajahn Mary, where are you from, Mary?
I'm from Myanmar, sir.
You are from Mandalay or you're from Yangon?
Near Yangon, sir.
Oh, you're from Yangon, right? Hi,
Yes.
nice to meet you.
Yes, Professor.
Right, I love Yangon. I went to Yangon twice, right? The last time was in 2019. Right, I went to Yangon twice, right? In 2019, I went to Yangon. I went to Myanmar 2 times, right? One in Bagan, right? You know Bagan, right? Bagan. I went to Bagan and I came back to Yangon, right? And then in September, I was invited to present and give a talk at Mandalay, right? นะครับ
Mandalay.
Jida, Ajahn Jida, hi, Ajahn Jida.
Yes, ka.
Ajahn Jida, I saw you raising your hand, right? Would you like to introduce yourself?
Okay. I'm Dr. Supakorn from Buriram Rajabhat Universities ค่ะ I'm
from ที่ไหนนะครับ where
Buriram Rajabhat
Oh,
University
Buriram. Oh, right. So you are from the same. You are colleague of อาจารย์ Sithisak and อาจารย์ Yui, right?
Yes, I am and Ajahn Yui are in the same programs ค่ะ We are from
Right.
business program.
Business English, right? How
Yes.
about อาจารย์ Sithisak? Where are you? Which program are you from?
Yes, I'm from English art ครับอาจารย์
Right. Yeah. So you know you live in a big faculty. There are many different right sub departments related to English, right? Good ครับอาจารย์สิทธิศักดิ์นะ and then อาจารย์ท่านใดอีกฮะอาจารย์จันสุดา where are you from อาจารย์จันสุดา nice to meet you
อาจารย์คะ I have two account.
Oh, you are the same, right? You have two accounts, right?
Yes.
Okay, right. มีใครอีกฮะอาจารย์ I know อาจารย์คำพิรภาพอาจารย์on right how can I pronounce your name on Marvin, right? So where are you from ครับ
Yes, teacher. I am from Myanmar.
Right ครับ you are from Myanmar from which city oh maybe there's something wrong with the signal
Yes, it's the connection ครับ
maybe
อาจารย์
right the connection is not very good ครับ
PAKKU Yes.
Oh, right. So are you from which city? I cannot hear very well. Are you from Yangon or are you from Mandalay ครับ
Near Mandalay, sir.
Oh, you're from Mandalay, right? You're from Mandalay, right? Yeah, I went to Mandalay twice as well, right? I love Mandalay. I love Yangon.
Yes.
Right.
Yes, teacher. From Pakogu, teacher. Pakogu, near Mandalay. Yes. 100 miles from Mandalay.
I see. Right. Okay. Are there any other students that I missed? อาจารย์สมยง are you Thai?
Yes, Professor. I am a teacher in English program Rajabhat University. The same, the faculty of อาจารย์สิทธิศักดิ์
Right. Yeah, I can tell from BRU, right, and from this journal, right.
Yes.
Yeah, very good journal, right. So อาจารย์สมยง but we haven't met, right. Yeah. How long have you been teaching there?
About 9 years, sir.
Oh, about 9 years. Oh, we should have met, right? Maybe you know last time when I went there, maybe we probably met, or maybe you probably saw me, but I didn't know you, right? That was a pity, right? Oh, about 9 years, long time ago, right? I know a lot of people there. อาจารย์นวมินทร์อาจารย์ชูเกียรติอาจารย์อะไรนะอาจารย์สวรส right? อาจารย์วงจันทร์ใช่ไหมมีอาจารย์พี่วงจันทร์ and อาจารย์ Mary อาจารย์จินนี่อาจารย์จินตนาใช่ไหมครับอาจารย์จินตนา is a tour guide and she's also an MC, right? Okay, a lot of people from Buriram, all the nice people. So we are going to start our afternoon session. Yeah. Let me emphasize to you again that, you know, I'm very happy today to teach you because, you know, we are in a very small group, right? Exclusive group with some guests from the outside, right? So, you know, it's very good because, you know, I can accommodate your needs as a PhD student, right? And my talk today in the morning, right? We looked at some techniques that you can apply when you write your research articles for publication, right? And actually you can also apply those techniques to your thesis writing as well, right? This afternoon, we are going to take a look at the publication, how to write, actually, you know, some techniques and some tips for novice researchers to get published in international journals, right? But before we get started, like, I would like to give you the floor, right? I'd like you to continue presenting. This morning, Ajahn Yuthajak nicely presented his literature review. So are there any who would like to volunteer, right? So that you can receive my comments. I think we have about 30 to 40 minutes. Okay.
Yes,
okay.
I would like to share, Professor.
Hi, Mary. Mary from Yangon, right? Yangon. In Thai, we call Yangung, right? We call Yangon, but actually it's Yangon, right? Yangon. Okay. Do you live in Myanmar right now, right?
Yes, Professor. Can you see my screen?
Yes, I do.
Yes. My title is the general attitude of students and teachers towards effectiveness of using short stories in EFL classroom of Myanmar. So for this part, for presentation parts, there are 7 main parts. Firstly, I'd like to tell about significance of the study. So current development in ELT teaching reveals the requirement of incorporating literature due to its rich potential to provide authentic material model of language use. So among literature teaching, I think short story is the best for ELT. And my literature review, I use Bramford and Carter and Abrams and next King 2001. And the next one is Alcohol and Cohan. I use the literature for my literature review. And also I divided 2 parts, teaching English through short story from Pearl Teddy 2010. She claimed that short story are attention grabbing to use material for individual pressure and also benefit students to attain better understanding. And for Alcohol and Cohan 2013, teaching short story can have student reading tasks easier, have student more creative, cultural awareness, and comfortable, and success universal language and involved in fiction. And for short story and language skill development, according to the scholar March 2002, short story could be very valuable material in ELT. And again, Salvell Vent 1914 mentioned short story may help students learn the 4 skill. And short story and language skill for language skill development, another scholar agreed that listening to and reading short story has speaking skill, and literature can assist energetics and an instrument for promoting student reading strategies. And the objective of my research are to evaluate if short story enhance learner language skill, develop their personal reflection, and facilitate cultural tolerance, to investigate practice of students and teachers towards effectiveness of using short story, and to identify the opinions of learners and teachers towards using short story to develop communicative skill and language skill.
Okay.
And
yes. Okay, right. Please carry on.
Yes, my research question to what extent does the use of short story as passive by student and teacher contribute to teaching and learning atmosphere of the classroom? And the second question is, how do short story develop learners' language skill, life skill, personal reflection, and cultural understanding or tolerance? For research methodology.
Okay. Before you move too far. You also have, okay. Right, I let you present methodology because you have the real methodology. I mean the methodology that involves your specific study, right? So this is your plan, right? This is your research proposal or research plan of what you are going to do for your study, right?
Yes, part of my thesis title.
Right.
Yes, Professor.
Right. So you plan to collect data from 143. How did you come up with this specific number?
It's my project paper, sir. I did last year, sir.
Oh, I see. Right. Oh, so I mean, this is your research project. This is not, but this is going to be part of your PhD thesis, right? Or is a different one?
Part of my thesis title, Professor.
Okay, right. So here you see, I can see you collect data using questionnaire and semi-directed or semi-structured interview. So that's good, right? And you collected the data from undergrad students and English teachers. Okay. How did you select them? You said they were selected purposefully. Okay, what do you mean by purposely selected?
I selected only English specialization students and teachers, sir.
Right, okay. So in your PhD thesis, you need to clearly specify how you selected them on purpose, right? Okay, thank you. Can you move back to your research objectives, please? Usually the number of research objectives and the number of research questions should be parallel. So usually if you have 3 research objectives, the research question should be parallel and the number should be the same, right? If not exactly the same, you have to make sure that everything, you know, all the details in the research objectives should be spelled out in the research questions. So here you are looking at the short story, how the short stories can enhance learners' language skills, their personal reflection and cultural tolerance, okay? And you look at effectiveness, right? You usually, you know, if you look at effectiveness, usually we should think about some experimental study, right? We use experimental, but actually, you know, because you completed the study already, right? This is, please take my advice for your future study, right? Which is your real main study for your dissertation, right? I would suggest that you do some experimental study to confirm the effectiveness of using short story in teaching EFL students in Myanmar, right? Okay, so your research questions are fine, right? But what I would like you to include is the recent literature. So here, you know, from what you have reviewed, right? They are old literature, and you know, one of them is very old, like 100 years ago. I'm not so sure whether you put it correctly. 1914 is, you know, more than 100 years ago, right? So I think please take them out from your PhD thesis. Otherwise, people would question that, right? Because you know what you are doing is something that is very common. So I'm quite sure that there are many other studies, many other recent studies on using short stories in teaching English, right? That you can rely on, right? So maybe go to Google Scholar and maybe look for the studies that are in the past 10 years, something like that, so that you know you can refer to some recent studies, because I'm quite sure that they would see something that is more interesting, right? There would be some interesting results that have been reviewed in, you know, recent studies, nakab. And you know, for those studies that are too old, you can delete them, nakab. Okay, thank you very much, Kap Mary. Right.
Yeah.
Thank you for sharing this with us. Okay, can we move on to the next one? Kaidi Kap. Any volunteer, can you please stop sharing?
Yes, Professor.
Kaidi Kap.
อาจารย์จสุดาค่ะ
โอเคอาจารย์จสุดาโอเคครับอาจารย์จีดา right อาจารย์จีดา
Her nickname is
Ajahn Suda is working under Ajahn Nawamin and so you have 2 advisor, right?
Yeah, Ajahn Nawamin is advisor and Ajahn Dr.Supakorn is my co-advisor ค่ะ
Oh, I see, right? Okay, good.
Okay, for this is just a small part of the first phase of my PhD thesis, right? I synthesized the assessment of pragmatics competence, right? So in the presentations, in introduction part, I talk about the term of pragmatics and some scholars who define the term of pragmatics, and also I talk about the pragmatic competence and provide some details of what is pragmatic competence there for the
right.
And also I talk about the pragmatic failures in communications in my introduction part, and the main point for my study is to understand the and component in assessing learner pragmatics competence. So actually I don't set the question, but I set only
that's okay. That's okay. So in some schools, like either objective or question will do, right? Yeah, it depends on the format of your university, right? For example, at Thammasat and Jula, we need both, right? But there are many other universities in Thailand or maybe even in the world that will require either objective or a question. So that's okay. You are not doing anything wrong, Ajahn.
So my objective is to synthesize the instruments and components in assessing learner pragmatics competence. For my methodology, I start from compile 20 domestic and international academic documents published from 2012 to 2021. And then I analyze the article by using content analysis method. After I analyze, I categorize the component and the instrument used, and then I add them into the tables, the frequency table, to check the frequency of use. I found that the instrument in assessing learner pragmatics competence found six instruments, but the famous one I found in my study only 4. The first one is the written discourse competence task, followed by the multiple choice discourse competence task and discourse low pay task. The last one, oral discourse competence task. It seems the DCT instrument is the famous one that you mentioned in the morning.
Yes, right. Yeah, DCT, right. Yeah, so you know, when you are doing research in interlanguage pragmatics or cross-cultural pragmatics, right? One of the most convenient tools is DCT, like this, right? If you are not in the field, right? So I'm talking to the other students. If you are not doing any topics on pragmatic competence, you will never know what DCT is, right? Unless you start reading, right? So, you know, you don't have to know this unless you want to do, right? So if you are doing something like reading, if you are doing speaking, if you are doing grammar or whatever, right? Different topics require different research instruments, right? So, you know, I appreciate Ajahn Suda's effort in reviewing all of these past studies, right? And you know, at least, right, this is, you are on the right track,นะครับ มาถูกทางแล้วนะ because you know here you have seen that they are using DCT. There are different kinds of DCT, written, spoken, choice, but at least they share the same nature, right? They are DCT, right? And of course, you know, for DCT, ไม่ใช่ DDT นะคะ for DCT there are some limitations, right? Yeah, so you can also include that, you know, when you use DCT to elicit the data from the learners, right? Maybe what they respond to you in DCT might be different from what they are doing in their real life, something like that. But you know, people still use DCT because it's convenient and you know it's well accepted. Okay, thank you very much, right? This is very good, right? So what you are going to do for the next step is maybe look, try to make your scope. Yeah, like this. Yeah, very good, right? Yeah, this is what I'm going to let you know, right? Think about what you are going to study. So from your review, there are many different kinds of speech act being studied, right?
Yes.
Offer, request, apology, refusal, compliment. I also did one in 2012 on compliment responses, right? But that's a small scale study, right? But so it depends on what you are going to choose, right? You can choose any speech act to focus on, but you know, try to find some new aspects that hasn't been investigated or is still under researched, right? Okay. So which speech act you are going to choose for your study?
Yes, this is what I need your help, because my professor said, okay, this depends on me. I will follow the speech act or not, or I study another kind like application or routines with another instrument, but I cannot decide which one I have to follow, this one or try to another areas. Another statistics pattern.
Oh, it depends, right? I mean, if you choose speech acts, there are many different kinds of speech acts that you can choose, right? Implicature or implicature, right? It's also interesting, right? But I think conversational implicatures have been, you know, done a lot. Routines as well, and presupposition. You need to have a lot of semantic knowledge, right? Semantic and pragmatic knowledge for presupposition, right? So it depends, right? Just do more review. and choose anyone that is still under research. Any area that number one, you prefer to do, you are really interested in. And number two, it should be the topic that, you know, as I said, right, it still needs more research to bridge the gap in the field, right? Okay.
Because my mother degree is also in the about speed acts in the hotel business, so I keep to follow, I think.
All right. So which speech acts did you do? Did you focus on?
At that time, I study focuses on the, how to say, interlocutor. I cannot remember. Illocutionary.
Illocutionary, right?
Yeah,
Illocutionary course, right? Yeah, but I mean, illocutionary in what context,ครับ? In business, you said business. Yeah.
Hotel business, ค่ะ
อะไรนะ
hospitality, I think.
Oh, right,
Hospitality,
right.
yeah.
อาจารย์ thank you อาจารย์เอกครับ right. So you graduated from this faculty, right?
Yes.
Why don't you pursue? Why don't you continue as you have set your goal, right? You can still continue doing your research in pragmatics, in interlanguage pragmatics, นะครับ or cross-cultural pragmatics. I think you can consult อาจารย์อัครพล and อาจารย์นวมินทร์ for this, right? They are experts in pragmatics, right? Look at maybe you can compare between the pragmatic knowledge of native speakers and the pragmatic knowledge of L2 Thai learners. And within L2 Thai learners, you can divide them into two groups at least: high proficiency learners and low proficiency learners. If you want to investigate that in L2 pragmatic competence, right, you can do an interlanguage study by looking at the difference between, it is expected, it is anticipated that those with high proficiency, right, should use, they should have pragmatic knowledge that is closer to that of native speakers of English, right? Whereas those with lower proficiency in L2 English should represent some pragmatic norms in L1 Thai. Yeah, so you can study pragmatic transfer, right? In language acquisition, we look at language transfer. So in pragmatic study, you can look at pragmatic transfer, right? That's very interesting.
Thank you.
Theory by Casper and Rose. Gabrielle Casper from University of Hawaii. She is like the founding mother of pragmatic competence and interlanguage pragmatics, right? Okay, thank you. Thank you. That's very interesting. It's good that I mentioned DCT this morning, right? Okay, let's move on. Right, we have two Ajahn. In the morning we had Ajahn Yuth, right? So far we have got three, right? We still have time, right? Maybe three more. ท่านใดอีกครับ อาจารย์ศรีทิศักดิ์อยากจะลองไหมหรืออาจารย์ศิลปภา
ครับผมท่านอาจารย์ yes
ได้เลยอาจารย์ไม่เป็นไร
may I share screen?
Yes. Okay. Okay. Please go to your title.
Yes. Yes. For my study, the title is a synthesis study of writing approaches employed in the researchers on teaching writing. Yes, and this is the under the supervision of
right. Before you move on, I have some minor comment, right? Usually the word research is more preferred in as a non-count noun, right? So I think it would be better if you say in the research on, yes. But if you want to make it countable, why don't you use the word studies, study which comes from research studies, right? Yeah.
I see
if you check corpus like COCA or BNC, British National Corpus, the word researchers might occur, but it has some special context, right? Which is not very applicable here. So I would prefer to have it changed to studies or just research as an uncountable noun. Okay, please move on. So you are also working with Ajahn Nawamin, right? and อาจารย์สาวรสอาจารย์เปิ้ลใช่ปะ
Yes.
right oh so you are from the same camp นักค่ายเดียวกัน right
Yes, may I go on ครับ
yes
Yes. Yes. This is the under the PhD in the ELT program, Faculty of Humanity and Social Sciences at Buriram Rajabhat University. Yes, and I would like to thank you, the Dean, Dr. Ek, Associate Professor Dr. Akurapon Numehom, because he take time and train us to present and make the PowerPoint.
oh wow yes
Yes.
The dean is very dedicated nah. Actually
Right.
this is not part of the dean's job right yeah
Right.
you know because this is a big faculty right but the dean sacrifices his spare time right his leisure time okay
Yes.
right
This is
Please.
the introduction. One of the most crucial ability in learning a second language is writing, and the importance of being to write a second or foreign language has grown in recent years. As a result, several methods to writing, such as product approach, process approach, and more recently the process product approach emerged, and these have been the focus of second or foreign language scholars. Yes. Writing approaches are essential in every writing lesson because without an approach, the writing classroom will move in multiple directions. So the goal set for the particular lesson will not be achievable. Hence, writing approaches are important to meet the goals of writing. And these writing approaches has gone through a lot of changes over the years to enable the second language learners to become a good writers. So there are several writing approaches that the scholar or the teachers employ in the writing to improve student writing ability and to continue to do the research, such as content-based writing, writing process approach, product-based approach, genre-based approach. This one pronounced genre, right?
it depends right if you want to pronounce like French speaker you can say genre right but you know in an English version or anglicized version is pronounced genre the G is pronounced like the J like in the word treasure but it's pronounced as 2 syllables right so it depends like the word restaurant or restaurant right you can either say restaurant if you want to sound French or you can say restaurant if you want to sound English right so it depends right I would say genre right because you know in the dictionary yeah you can try Cambridge or Light Dictionary or Longman or Light Dictionary and it's going to pronounce genre as 2 syllableนะครับ but you know those who know French they would be more familiar with genre right so it depends right yeah I have never learned French that's why I'm not familiar with the French that's why I prefer more English accent right genre นะครับ
Yes, thank you.
not genre นะ not genre นะ like ครูเพนศรี say okay genre that's totally incorrect right okay don't believe ครูเพนศรี that's for fun only right okay please continue
Yes, thank you ครับ okay genre-based approach, collaborative approach, and process genre approach, the integrated between process and genre approach. For the significance of the study, the result can be used to decide the lesson plans and provide the teaching activity in writing classes. And the teacher can use the result when considering textbooks to teach the student appropriately. Yes.
Right.
Next, the objective of the research is to conduct a synthesis study based on the past studies published on writing approaches employed in the English teaching classroom. For the research questions, what writing approaches employed in the English teaching classroom based on the past studies published in journals?
Okay, อาจารย์ครับ please move back. I like you to add some verb like auxiliary. What are the writing approaches นะครับ
Okay.
What are the common ก็ได้นะ What are the common writing approaches employed? Okay. right? So it would be more grammatically correct. Okay, thank you,
Yes.
ครับอาจารย์
Thank you,
Please
ครับ
move on ครับ
Next, research methodology. For data source of this study, the researchers study from the document of the 15 research articles from three domestic and 12 international papers published during 2012 and 2021. And the article was selected from the journals in Scopus, published in Scopus, Educational Resources Information Center or ERIC, Asian Citation Index or ACI, and
Right.
Thai Citation Index TCI. Sorry.
Okay, so for Eric it should be ERIC นะครับ ERIC นะ okay and put parentheses around TCI นะ Eric
ERIC.
yes yeah
Okay, yes, thank you, ครับ
ครับ
because this Scopus, ERIC, ACI, and TCI, because the journal published in this source will have the qualification, the high quality, and have been reviewed by the peer, yeah, in that article. So in that journals, yes, and the research instrument is the frequency distribution synthesis table, because this study is the synthesis study. And for data analysis, the data was analyzed by content analysis method, then categorize the writing approaches employed in the research. After that, the data were brought to calculated by using the frequency distribution synthesis table.
Okay.
And the result of this study found that the most frequently used writing approach is process writing based process writing approach. Yeah, frequency is 10. Yes, 38.46%. And the second most frequently used approach is the genre-based approach. Yes. The third approach is content-based approach. The fourth is process genre approach, and the last one is collaborative writing approach. Yes, Ajahn, would you like to have some comment here? Yes.
Right. So okay, this is like survey, right? The survey of the writing approaches, right? But I would like to ask, how did you identify the writing approaches in each research article? Did you identify the writing approaches by yourself, or I don't quite understand about the identification of the writing approaches?
Yes, for the writing, for the writing identification, for this one, I review the literature, and yes, and the writing approach. I mean the method or the process that those researchers use in their studies. Yes, they use one approach, but they still use the process writing approach in their study too. Yes. Yes.
So I mean you identify the writing approaches, right? So it means once you obtain the research article from the database, right? Let's say you read one research article, right? And you try to identify which writing approach, right?
Yes.
Yeah. What were some criteria that you rely on? Yeah, because when you want to differentiate one approach from another, you need to have some criteria, right? Yeah, that's my question, นะครับ right? How can you come up with this, right? This result. Yeah, it's interesting when you say, okay, the highest frequency go for writing process-based approach. The second one is genre-based approach. But how do you know, right? When you read one research article, right? I mean, after you read the whole article, right? You try to identify which approach was used in writing that article, right? So my suggestion is that present the clear criteria, how you identify those approaches. And number two, number one is criteria. And number two is when you look at the article, the article, what is the article about? What is the topic of the articles that you have selected?
It's about the writing, about the writing that the researcher employ in their study to improve the student writing ability. Yes.
Oh, so it means, oh, I understand. So it means you look at the papers on writing, right? The topics. I mean, for example, when you let's say, you go to a journal, let's say Learn orภาษา, right? And you focus on the papers on writing,
yes.
right?
Yes.
Okay, right. But here, okay, so you identify, it means this is the writing approach that is used.
Yes.
That is used in teaching, no? That is used in teaching.
Yes, to the researcher used to improve their students in the classroom, and then they did the research on that activity, on that process.
Right. Yes. Okay. So I think it's going to be a bit misleading here, right? When you say writing approaches employed in research article, this made me think that you analyze the writing approaches that this researcher used in writing that research article, but actually it's not, right? This is the writing approaches that they use in teaching their students. Okay. So right. So make it clear, right? Maybe talk to your advisor, right? More. Yes. So that's my suggestion. Okay. That's not the writing approaches used in writing article, but that's the writing approaches that they use in teaching their students, right? Oh, but again, right, when you go back and when you need to make sure that your data collection is systematic, right? Yes. How did you select them? Did you select the paper on a random basis or what, right? Because here it's like you conveniently sample your data, so maybe it's quite dangerous to make a conclusion that the first one, process writing based approach, is the highest frequency, because it depends on การสุ่ม it depends on the sampling technique that you use to obtain data, right? Yes. Okay, so I thinkอาจารย์ ศิริศักดิ์ that's okay, you still have time, right? You can stick with the topic, right? But discuss more with your advisor about how to do the sampling. That's very important, right? Maybe if you want to collect data from your whatever, like Scopus or whatever, right? Or Thai journals or whatever journals, right? Okay, how can you select them? Okay, yes. Number one, you say you have very good criteria because you are focusing on writing approaches or writing, right? So any paper that deals with writing would be selected, right? Yes. Yeah, from which year? Right, which range of year, which type of journal. I would like you to restrict your scope. Yeah, the scope here is a bit too broad, right? Scopus, Eric, blah, blah, blah. Maybe you can restrict it to only Scopus journals, right? Or only Thai journals or whatever, right? Okay. Yes. Yes. Thank you, อาจารย์ ศิริศักดิ์ นะครับ that's all for me.
อาจารย์ครับ
Okay.
Yes, I have some more question ครับ because I plan to do the research about integrated writing approach. I would like to mix I would like to mix the writing approach to improve student writing ability. So I would like to get some suggestion from you,ครับ.
I'm not so sure whether we should mix. Maybe you can compare two approaches, right? Usually we don't mix writing approaches because especially if you are focusing on process-based approach, it takes time, right? If you are doing an experiment, right, the longer the period, the more tired you will become. So let's say you plan to collect data from your students, from your class for 8 weeks. 8 weeks is long enough, for example, right? If you mix, right? If you mix, it's like let's say if you mix, let's say 9 weeks, you are going to mix 3 weeks, so it's the result would not be clearly seen because the duration to implement each approach would not be long enough. You know what I mean, right? Otherwise, the duration would be too long. So I would suggest that you can make a comparison. And let's say you have two groups of students, right? For one group, you use one writing approach. And for the other group, you use the second writing approach. And you teach the same topic, the same type of essay. And, let them do pre-test and let them do post-test. And at the end, compare their pre and post-test score, right? And which writing approach seems to be more effective, something like that, right? Okay.
Yes. Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, but don't mix. One group of students should receive only one treatment.
Yes.
Should receive only one writing approach here. Okay. Thank you,
very much.
Let's move on. Now it's now 1:40, right? But I think the time has been spent well. Maybe 1 or 2 more students before we move to my session. ท่านใดดีครับ Who's
Okay, can I share my screen?
Yes, sure นะครับ เดี๋ยวตอนท้ายยังมีเวลา
similar to อาจารย์สิทธิศักดิ์
Oh, right.
Yes.
Oh, so you are doing more.
But in a different field. Oh, sorry.
Right.
But in reading.
Who is your advisor? อาจารย์นวมินทร์
อาจารย์สุรชัย and อาจารย์เอกค่ะ
Oh, อาจารย์สุรชัย and อาจารย์เอก right? But both you and อาจารย์สิทธิศักดิ์ share the same advisor, right? I mean, you have the same advisor.
No. I mean, like, we're doing a synthesis, like, in a similar, but mine is in reading,ค่ะ.
Oh, I see. Right. Okay. So you can present what you would like me to know.
I'm doing I present my research articles in a synthesis study of literary text to enhance EFL students' critical reading skills. Mine is divided into 6 parts. The first one is the significance of the studies. I have talked about why I choose to do the critical reading because Thai students are lacking in reading skills, especially critical thinking and reading skills. So I explain some theories and explanations that I found from Chanel and Huji that she described about critical reading and the importance of critical reading skills. And also, I also explained that we use literary text as a tool to develop our students' critical thinking and reading skills to enhance.
อาจารย์คะดูสไลด์มันอยู่ที่เพจ 6 นะ
สไลด์ไม่ move
เหรอคะ
ค่ะ
Okay, let me share again. Sorry.
Right. Please, you can share the screen.
1 second. How do I?
Choose screen, right? Yeah. When you select share, you choose the screen rather than the slide, right? So maybe
screen. Okay. Sorry, I think I chose the slides.
Right.
Okay. Do you see my screen now?
Yes.
Okay, this is my research articles, a synthesis study of literary text to enhance EFL students' critical reading skills. There are 6 parts. The first part is significance of the studies. I have talked about why I choose to do this research. The main reason is that students are lack of reading skills.
Okay. One thing that I like to warn you of is when you claim that Thai people read 8 sentences a year, you should have citation to back you up. You cannot just have this, right? ลอยๆไม่ได้นะคะ you need some citation, right?
Okay.
Yeah. Next.
Next is I cited from Chanel. She explained that critical reading's ability is a skill that relies on the student's past experience. สักครู่นะคะขอรูปก่อนมันบัง reading skills that relies on students' past experience, the criteria of evaluation, and drawing conclusions. And Huji in 2010 also described that critical reading skills is a high-level reading process which entails the ability to read with an analysis and judgment. And next, I explain why the reason of using literary text as a tool to develop students' critical thinking and reading skills, because critical because literary text can enhance readers' interest and involvement, stimulate their critical thinking, and transform the entire teaching process into an active learning classroom. And also, due to the background and the importance of the students' critical thinking and reading skills, I am interested in studying the synthesis components of the literary text to develop EFL students' critical reading skills effectively and sustainably. And I hope that this will be an important mechanism that can drive to develop and enhance the students' critical reading skills by using literary text in teaching and learning. My objective is to synthesize components of literary text to enhance EFL students' critical reading skills. My methodology, I have studied 16 academic texts and related research, both national and international papers that are published between 2011 to 2022. And I use the content analysis method by using the frequency distribution synthesis table and select only the available aspect frequency value from 6 or more. So my result, I have found that there are 4 components in research related to literary text to enhance EFL students' critical reading skills. The first one is the critical thinking approaches, critical reading strategies, and literary-based instructions and type of literary text that are used in the research. In the critical thinking approaches, there are 3. The most used is adapted from Bloom taxonomy, and which are the frequency is about 8 researches. This is the most frequent approaches used in critical thinking. And next is the Dewey's reflective thinking, and next is the critical literacy approaches. For the critical reading strategies, the most strategies that are used are the 7 steps of critical reading strategies. And next is the literature-based instructions. The most common way of teaching literature to students are using language-based approach. Next is the personal responses approach, and the third one is the scaffolded reading experience approaches. And the last component of my research is the type of literary texts that are used in teaching literature to students. The first one is short story, is the most frequency type of text that are used. Next is novel, and next is poem. And for the discussions that I discussed the critical thinking approaches, I explained that the most common critical thinking approaches is adapted from 6 levels of Bloom taxonomy, which is knowledge, comprehension, application, analysis, synthesis, and evaluations, which is in line with 8 research articles. Next is the critical reading strategies. The most common critical reading strategies are the 7 steps of critical reading strategies are previewing, contextualizing, questioning to understand and remember, reflecting on challenges to readers' belief and values, overview and summary, evaluating an argument, and comparing and contrasting related reading, which is in line with 10 research articles. Next is the most common literature-based instruction is the language-based approach. This approach focuses on giving students a better understanding of reading literary text. The benefit of teaching literature using a language-based approach have been explored in line with 14 research articles. And the last one is the most common type of literature used as the material to develop students' critical reading is short story, which is in line with 6 research articles. And the recommendations are the implementation. Researchers and teachers will need to consider in using literary text as a tool in teaching to develop students' critical reading skills, including critical thinking approaches, critical thinking strategies, literature-based instructions, and type of literary text should be concerned. And also the future studies are using different type of literature-based approach in teaching literary text to enhance the EFL students in Thailand, and also other qualitative and quantitative studies to be carried out at university level students.
So let me ask you, okay, how can you apply? So it seems that you have thoroughly reviewed the related studies in reading, right? So how can you apply what you have found in your documentary research to your PhD project?
Yes, I think this one, the further studies that I plan to use is using different literature-based approach in teaching. Maybe use a new approach that haven't been used before, not like frequently used, and also the kind of text that I will use, like to.
Okay, what does it mean by the word literary text in your study? So this seems like, you know, it has some operational definition.
Yes,
literary text.
It means like short stories, poems, graphic novels, picture books.
Right. My suggestion is that make sure that, you know, you are not dealing with too many diverse types of literary text. Because, you know, actually in English studies, right, or if you happen to be teaching English major students, you're not going to teach them in one course, right? Poems are taught in poetry, short stories are taught in fiction, right? And novels are taught. So you know, rarely will teachers put them together in one. So you know, I think you should be clearer what literary text refer to, right? Okay. Right. Yeah, otherwise you are going to be in trouble, right, later on, because, you know, if it's not well defined from the beginning, right, this is going to be your problem.
I should like choose which one I want to do and focuses on that the type.
Yes, and make sure that you have some literature to back you up, right? The literature that you have reviewed, they have shown that, you know, the approach, the literature-based approach can be used to teach that, but maybe in some other context. So you want to apply that in the Thai context, something like that. But you know, my suggestion is not to mix these types of literary texts. Okay.
Thank you.
Right. Ajahn Silavapraj, you are teaching English major students, right?
Yes, I am.
Oh, that's why. Right.
English major students.
Right. So thank you very much. I think that's all for this for now, right? If we still have time, I'll let the others present. But if not, right, you still have next time when you meet Ajahn Panchali, right, the author can also still present and, you know, let Ajahn Panchali give you some comments, right? Okay. So now let me share the screen. So here, techniques, right? Actually, you know, I have been using this slide for several times, but I keep updating the information, especially the list of the journals in Scopus, right? And I'm going to give you some insightful suggestions on, you know, tips and techniques in getting your papers published in international or Scopus index journals, right? And, you know, feel free to stop me if you cannot follow or if you have any question, right? Usually, you know, before we take a break to 30, right? To maybe Ajahn Ek, can I take a break at 2:40, right? Because, you know, I start a bit late, right? So I would prefer to have a break to at 2:40, right? But before we have a break, I'll let you ask me some questions, right? But, you know, even during I'm presenting, right, you can even stop me and ask me some questions, right? So I think it's okay, right? So let me start. Okay. So this is the outline of my talk. So I'm going to walk you through all of these topic reasons for publishing, what are the Thai and international journals in our fields, and I'm going to let you know some opportunity in publishing in Scopus journals, and some top reasons for journal rejection. Right. First of all, why do we have to publish? Right. According to I.C. Lee, Professor I.C. Lee is from Chinese University of Hong Kong. Okay. I.C. Lee, Professor I.C. Lee mentioned in her paper in Language Teaching Journal that there are some reasons from her interviews with people in our fields, right? Some people, okay, some people start with this, right? They are satisfied with doing something difficult and challenging, right? They enjoy writing papers and they enjoy seeing their names in the published articles, right? But something that is related to our life is as academics, right? We live in our research community. So we are supposed to be sharing our research results to maintain academic communication with others, right? We want to gain membership of the academic community. For example, that in our fields, right, there are many communities that you should belong to, like Thailand TESOL, right? If you are teaching English, or we have Thailand Association of Applied Linguistics, right? We have some other sub association or maybe other international association that you can even subscribe for, like Asia TOEFL or Asian Association for Language Assessment, something like that, right? And we do research and we keep publishing because we want to benefit education, right? But to me, I think this one, the last reason, is more realistic, right? And it's the most applicable to us, right? We do it because, we want to maintain our career. Yeah, it's related to our job security. So, as a university professor, right? I'm not so sure about Buriram Rajabhat University, but, at Thammasat, at Jula, right? We have to do research and we have to keep publishing in good international journals, right? To maintain our careers, right? Not only we need to get promoted to assistant professorship, associate professorship, or even full professorship, right? But we are required to continue publishing because otherwise, right, we can get kicked out of the university, right? So many universities around the world apply this rule, right, to make the faculty members more active and actually more stressed, right? This is part of our duty, right? So at Thammasat, for example, or maybe here at Rajabhat Buriram, right? What your ajahns are doing is not just teaching, right? They have to do research, they have to supervise MA and PhD students, right? So in order to be permitted to supervise, they need to have publication, right? The recent publication will be like, by Bertang, right? They are going to be credentials to certify the qualifications of your advisors, right? And career advancement, right? Okay, so when we do research, we want to promote, to get promoted, right? Yeah, to become assistant professorship, associate professorship, right? And maybe we want to get research funding, นะครับ ขออนุญาตแป๊บเดียวนะ แป๊บเดียวนะครับพอดีมีคนเดินมาคุยด้วยแป๊บเดียว Oops, how can I เดี๋ยวนะครับ right ต่อนะคะอ๋อยังไม่ได้ stop sharing โอเคยังเห็นหน้าจอนะคะ so if you want to get funding from any institutes in Thailand or else anywhere, right? Maybe from your university that you are studying, or from Ministry of Education or Ministry of Research, กระทรวงอว right? Mahesi, or wherever, right? you need to prove that you are a capable and efficient researcher by showing your list of publications so far, right? For example, you know, my MA student, Akrapong, he got his scholarship from Warsaw, right? Or National Institute for Research, right? And you know, they also check the profile of the advisor. Yeah, how much the advisor has published so far, because you know they want to make sure that the advisor has substantial or adequate experience of publication, and this way they will help the student publish, something like that. So you know they rely on the publications, the number of the publications. Or you know, there are some universities like University of Kyoto, right? If you want to become a research fellowship, I mean to be like exchange researcher there, you need to earn at least a status of associate professor, something like that, right? Okay, let's talk about Thai Journal Citation Index, right? So you should be familiar with the term TCI, okay? So this is a center that is located in King Mongkut University of Technology, Thonburi campus, or Bang Mot, right? And TCI plays a significant role in classifying journals published in Thailand into 3 different tiers, with tier 1 being the best, right? So if any journal appears in tier 1, so we can be certain about its quality, right? That this is the best. It publishes very good articles. Yeah, it publishes on time. Yeah, it has very proper format, something like that, right? Tier 2 mean it's okay, but not very. The performance is not very satisfactory, right? But it's good enough, because you know, for some universities, they allow graduate students to complete their study with tier 2 index journal, right? But it depends on the program that the students are joining, right? For tier 3 is like, maybe, you know, it's not very good, right? The performance is not very good, and chances are those journals might be unlisted, might be deselected from TCI anytime if they haven't improved their performance as a journal, right? So, you know, my suggestion is that avoid publishing in tier 3 journal, right? Because, you know, it's a waste of your time. You do research with your effort, right? So, you know, there are some tier 3 journals in Thailand that, you know, they even pay because they want to promote that journal, right? Maybe they are new journals, or they are old journals, but they previously performed badly, and then they were degraded, right? So to be honest, right, my suggestion is please avoid publishing in tier 3 journal, because it's a waste of time, and the university will not be very happy, right? Yeah. Believe me, right? Sometimes my friend says, Supakorn, do you have any papers? Can you publish with us? I need more paper. I have to apologize to them, saying that, oh no, because Thammasat will not encourage the faculty members to publish in tier 3. It will make the university look not so good, right? Okay, so here, right, as of June 2021, right, because, you know, actually TCI classify journals in Thailand every 5 years, right? So the last time it did was January 2028, and I met the Dean อัครพลอาจารย์เอกจำได้ใช่ไหมฮะ at อะไรวะเมืองทอง right, at the Impact. It's like, you know, you are in Oscar award ceremony, right? And all the journal editors gather around there, and we were not informed of the result until 3 p.m. And you know, we had to line up to receive the result one by one. Yeah, some journal editors passed out, right? Yeah, when they know that their journals were right, reduced to tier 3, tier 2, something like that, right? But okay, that's not our thing to be concerned about, right? What you should focus on here is, these are the journals in our field. Actually, right, there are more, but you know, I have extracted those that are well known, right? Actually, you know, there are some other journals in like humanities, social sciences, but you know, they accept a wider range of articles, right? So here, I would recommend that you try these journals, right? The best three of the list is Phasa. You know, Phasa means language in Thai, right? And you know, they are proud to continue using the Thai name, right, with English spelling. Phasa and Learn journal, right? Learn stands for Language Education and Acquisition Research Network, right? Okay. Because you know, I'm not going to give you the PowerPoint slides, yeah, because you know it's copyrighted, but you can come back and watch the video, yeah, as often as you need, right? And then the other one is reflection, right? Reflection here, yeah, is spelled this way as a gimmick, right? Because reflection, you know, right? When you have some reflection, you think about something, and then this is restricted to EFL, right? So I think, you know, it's a very smart way to present the journal, right? So the first three are the best because they are also indexed in Scopus, right? Scopus is a very well-known database, globally accepted, right? And apart from this, we also have JSO, or Journal of Studies in the English Language, published by Thammasat, but you know, by the Faculty of Liberal Arts. I am from Supakorn, Ajahn Yi is from Language Institute, Thammasat University, or LIT2, right? So, you know, at Thammasat, there are two faculties, right? We are teaching English for specific purposes. We have MA programs in ELT, PhD program in ELT. And, you know, at the same time, the Faculty of Liberal Arts or Kana Silapasat, they also teach English major students, and they also have MA and PhD program in English Language Studies or ELS, right? The other one is in Thai, sorry, but this one also accepts papers in both Thai and English. It's Language and Linguistics, or Phasaและภาษาศาสตร์, right? Also, this one belongs to the Faculty of Liberal Arts. This is a well-established journals, right? But they accept papers in linguistics, right? Maybe theoretical linguistics and sometimes applied linguistics as well. You know, ABAC or Assumption University, they publish their journals with a yellow cover called New English Teacher, right? And it's in tier 1. It used to be put to tier 2, but you know, the editor happens to be my PhD student, Dr. Rusma Galara. She is like Indian, Thai Indian, right? And you know, she worked very hard, and she finally put it back to tier 1, right? And the other one that was that regained the tier 1 status is NIDA. You know, NIDA, right? NIDA Journal of Language and Communication. So you know, I'm not so sure whether you can graduate with tier 1. Ajahn Ek, can the student graduate with tier 1 base paper? Or it must be international journal only?
Yeah, it's for PhD, this group, their paper must be published in international journals only.
Oh, right. Okay, that's okay, right? That's okay. So here, okay, so I know the focus, right? So I would like you to focus on the first three, Phasa, Learn Journal, and Reflections, because they are international journals, right? For a journal to be an international journal or not doesn't depend on the language. A journal can publish only English articles, but it's not considered an international journal unless it's indexed in international databases like ERIC, Scopus, Web of Science, something like that. Okay. There are those in tier 2, right? Phasa Paritat Journal, DOS, and Thai TESOL Journal, right? I would like you to look at Thai TESOL Journal. Thai TESOL Journal is a very old and good journal, even though it's indexed in tier 2, right? It happens to be in ERIC, right? So I think, you know, you can try Thai TESOL because number one, it's not too difficult, right? And I know the editor, Dr. Wuttipong from Cooley, right? He said he hasn't, I mean, the Thai TESOL Journal hasn't received many manuscripts. So maybe you can try, right? You can try submitting your paper there. Maybe you can write a paper that is developed from your coursework, right? Or maybe the paper that is part of your PhD thesis to Thai TESOL journal นะครับ is indexed นะครับนะ ลองอันนี้ได้นะครับ Thai TESOL journal, right? It's a good one นะครับ and you know they publish twice a year, and you know for each issue นะครับ yeah, for 1 year it's called 1 volume, and they have 2 issues. They have 2 issues, right? And they don't publish too many articles นะครับ so it means that maybe they have not many manuscripts, so you won't have to wait too long นะครับ so this is my suggestion นะครับ and you know Thai TESOL, the name sounds very good, right? The name sounds very good because you know when we say Thai TESOL, everyone is happy, right? Okay. Now, everyone knows what Thai TESOL is because there are Cam TESOL in Cambodia, there are Co TESOL in Korea, right? So you know the name is quite well known. Okay, now let's talk about Scopus. So from now on, because the requirement of Buriram Rajabhat University is quite high, right? You can aim at publishing in Scopus journals, right? Why Scopus is important? Look, I got this information from the website of Scopus. It indexes content from around 24,600 active titles as of 2021, right? March 2021, I think. And they claim that they have rigorously vetted and selected these journals, right? Publisher is like Taylor and Francis, Routledge, Cambridge University Press, and titles mean the title of the journals, right? And you know, Scopus claims that they have the broadest overview of global interdisciplinary scientific data and literature across all research fields, right? So it means if you can publish in Scopus journals, right, your work would have more visibility. So it means people can see your paper, and when they cite your paper, right, your paper will have some impact, right? And you know, people will trust the quality of your paper because it's indexed and guaranteed by Scopus, right? Okay, so I would encourage you guys to try Scopus, right? If you cannot, you can move it to ERIC or some other international databases. But you know, actually, right now, publishing in Scopus is not too difficult. It's not too far-fetched because in Thailand there are at least 3, because actually there are more. Okay, I'll talk about them later soon, right? And you know, you can try Scopus journals published in other countries as well, right? Some you need to pay, some you don't, right? Pay for the publication fee. Scopus, okay, maybe you don't need to know this, but I like to share with you why Scopus is important. Because you know, for a journal to be included in Scopus, right? Number one, so you know, to get your paper published in Scopus journal is difficult, but it's much more difficult, right, to get a journal to be included in Scopus, right? So you know, this is a hard work for editors, right? But you know, I hope that in the future there will be more Thai journals, like maybe one journal from Buriram Rajabhat University to be indexed in Scopus, right? It can be your dream can come true,นะครับ. They look at the peer review content, right? You need to have the manuscript. The manuscript means the paper that you submit to a journal must be peer reviewed by scholars in the field who are very keen on the topic of the manuscript. And the journal must publish on a regular basis. Okay, so they must make sure that you know it's published timely, and the content is relevant and readable for an international audience. So this implies that it should be in English, right? Yeah, so that you know anyone who is an international audience or readership can understand, right? There are some journals published in China and they publish in Mandarin Chinese, but you know, Mandarin Chinese, there are like you know thousands of hundreds of millions of people who speak Mandarin Chinese. That's why Mandarin Chinese is also considered one of the international languages, right? Okay. Publication opportunities in Scopus journal. So, okay, pay attention to this, right? So I think all of us are in the same field, right? We are in language education, right? Like ELT, TESOL, and TEFL. These terms, there are some minor differences, but here, let's say they are interchangeable, right? Some of you are English, like English language, English literature. Some of us, like me, Ajahn Panupan, we are doing applied linguistics, but we have some implications for teaching, right? Some of you, like Ajahn Ek, might be doing research in theoretical linguistics, like syntax, semantics, right? Or some of you might be doing something like language and communication, right? Or even translation. If you are teaching English major students, I'm quite sure that you are teaching translation, right? And sometimes interpreting, right? I have seen Ajahn Ek teaching interpreting, right? Also, that's very interesting. So I'm going to divide Scopus Index journals into two kinds, international journals and Thai journals, right? It's important for us to know that Scopus are quartile. So, within Scopus, right, there are also subdivided into 4 quartiles, right? Okay, but if you are new in the field, or if you have never published in Scopus journals before, you can start with the lowest one, right? Q4, which is the easiest one for us to try. And after you are successful, maybe next time you can try something that is more challenging, right? We are moving up the ladder of our academic success, right? So I'm giving you moral support, right? Don't think that publishing in Scopus is impossible. Actually, you can, right? And I have seen many ajahns from Rajabhat Buriram, like Ajahn X, Ajahn Chumpu, publishing in language and linguistic journals index in quartile 2. Ajahn X ชื่ออะไรนะลืมเลย
เฉลิมเกียรติ
อาจารย์เฉลิมเกียรติ right? He's doing his PhD, right, at มหาจุฬาลงกรณ์ใช่ไหมครับ I always call him อาจารย์ X, right? Okay, so how do we know that any journal is indexed in Scopus? So you have to check Scopus website, but you cannot enter Scopus website unless the university has subscribed for that, right? So maybe if the university hasn't, maybe the dean can talk to the library or even to Ajahn Malini, right, to subscribe for Scopus, right? Yeah, this is very important because you can access the Scopus-based journals. You can look at the performance of your faculty members and also those from other universities, both in Thailand and outside Thailand, right? But at least you can visit Saimago journal ranking website, and this one is open for free. Anyone can visit, right? SJR, you can type SJR or Saimago journal ranking, and it's going to list all the journals in Scopus, right? And they are going to show which queue the journal belongs to, right? Q1 means the best, right? There are 4 queues. Q means quartile, right? So the quartiles are ranked according to the citations. The more citations a journal has, the more chance for it to move up, right, to higher Q, right? Okay, right. And right now, the 2 best quartiles are Q1 and Q2, right? Followed by Q3 and Q4. Now, but as I said, right, I think you are still lucky, right? We are still lucky because, if you can publish in Scopus journals, right, that's good enough. People would give you a big compliment, right? That, oh, very good. Yeah, you are impressive. You are, awesome to get your papers published in Scopus Index journal, right? Okay. Now, I'm going to share with you some Scopus journals in our fields as of June 2021, right? Usually, the ranking, the quartile assignment would come up around June, May or June each year, right? In quartile 1. So these are the titles of the journal that we often use as reference when we do research, right? So you are, maybe these are too difficult, right? I don't want us to start from this, but you can study, because when you do research, you need to read good papers from good journals like this: Applied Linguistics, HUSOC Quarterly, System, Language Testing, ESP. Some Thai scholars successfully got their papers published in these journals, like Professor Busaba, right, from Singapore. She published in ESP twice, right? So that's applaudable, right? Or maybe some ajahns, right, got their papers published in HUSOC Quarterly. Now, system is also very difficult. It may take you like 2.5 years to get your paper published in system, right? One of my friends, like Ajahn Yusuf from Pattani, right? He said it took him like 2.5 years to get his paper published in system, and he revised for 11 times, right? So some people may pass away before they see their publication come out, right? Okay, or there are many others. I would recommend that if you are new in the field, but you want to try, maybe this is part of your ambition, or maybe you have been publishing in Scopus journals before, maybe you want to publish in Taiwan, you can try those in Asia, because it's more likely that Asian journals would have more tolerance, or they would favor more papers from Asian writers, right? So we have Asian Englishes, but you have to study aim and scope. Asian Englishes accept papers in the field of ELF, English as a lingua franca, World Englishes, Global Englishes. If you are doing something like pure linguistic, theoretical linguistic, don't submit your papers to Asian Englishes. It would be rejected, right? Another good journal is RELC from Singapore, REL. REL is like a language teacher education center in Singapore. And it hosts a very good conference in ELT each year in Singapore, right? But last year and this year, they were conducted online due to the pandemic, right? You can try 3L. 3L is another good journal, language, linguistics, and literature. But the waiting time is quite long, right? I submitted my manuscript to 3L, and it took me like 5 or 6 months for my paper to be assigned reviewers, right? And altogether the turnaround time is maybe 10 months or 12 months, right? Okay, and I remember last time I published in 3L journal 2 years ago, right? I waited for the whole process. It's like 8 months, right? When I got comments, I was going to faint, because I saw like 186 comments from reviewers, right? And all the comments are so heartbreaking, right? But that's okay, right? I try my best to address all the comments finally. Yeah, but you have to be patient. You can try Journal of Asia TEFL, right? This is one of the best journal in Asia, right? But of course, the rejection rate is high. A journal that is a very good one will have a very high rejection rate, right? Like 80%, 90%. So it means out of 10 manuscripts, they reject 9, right? Yeah, and they accept only 1, right? Okay, or you can try Gemma. This is from Malaysia, from UKM University, Kebangsaan, Malaysia. You might be wondering why one journal is indexed in 2 queues. That's because, right, maybe that journal might have a broader scope, right? For Gemma Online, Journal of Language Studies, right, it is indexed Q1 in education and index Q2 in language and linguistics, right? So this is possible for one journal to have more than one domain or scope, right? Quartile 2 นะครับเดี๋ยวดูซิกี่โมงแล้วยังมีเวลา 2:20 นะฮะ For quartile 2 yeah, we have Indonesian Journal of Applied Linguistics. This is a good journal from Indonesia, But you know, something that some sad fact is now they start charging publication fee, and it's quite high, right? I talked to Dr. Anjali from Motoso the other day. I recommended that her student submit some manuscripts there, and she called me and she said, Nong Yi, they charge some publication fee. I said, oh my gosh, right? When my PhD student Thammasat from Buriram University submitted his paper, he paid nothing, but you know, the journal started charging last year. You can try another good journal from Singapore, right? Electronic Journal of Foreign Language Teaching. As the name implies, they don't have the hard copy, but right now people don't care about the hard copy, right? Anything can be done online. You can download the paper online. You can get it printed, right? Okay, that's also a very good journal, right? But they don't accept paper in other fields. Don't submit papers in linguistics, right? Everything would be like purely ELT. Teflin, this is another good journal in Indonesia, right? Okay. Now, in Thailand, we have Thai TESOL organization. In Malaysia, they have Melta. Melta is like Thai TESOL in Thailand, right? In Korea, they have Co-TESOL. And in the same way, in Indonesia, there is an organization called Teflin, Teflin, and they organize a conference annually. Now, you can try Journal of Research in Applied Linguistics. This is from Iran, Journal of English Studies from Spain, or ESP Today, right? These are very good journals, right? Or maybe if you are less ambitious, you can also aim at publishing in journals like Taiwan Journal of TESOL, Modern Language Review, Writing and Pedagogy. Please note that for some journal titles, right, they are very specific, like Writing and Pedagogy. If you are doing your study on writing, you can submit your manuscript to this journal. But if you are doing something like on speaking, and you have no implication or relevance to writing, don't waste your time submitting your manuscript to this journal, because they will say rejected, rejected. But it might take you like 2 or 3 to for you to be rejected, right? Now, Asian Journal of Applied Linguistics. I think this one is published in China, right? And International Review of Pragmatics, again, right? If you are doing your research in pragmatics, you can try this one. And อันที่ 3 น่าสนใจนะ the third one, International Journal of Communication and Linguistic Study. This one is not too difficult, right? But it takes time, like 6 to 8 months, right? And you have to pay 200 USD. But I think it's okay. It's like reasonable publication charge, right? 200 USD is okay, because right now there are many journals that charge up to 600, right? I think that's too much. Okay. There are some quartile. Actually, you know, there are more. These are only the shortlisted journals, right? Actually, you know, if you visit the SciMarco website, you can explore everything. You can see, you can access more journals in these studies, right? In this scopus, right? But you know, I just, you know, exemplify some of them that I have heard about, or maybe some of my friends, or even I myself published there, right? So you might be wondering why I gave only 4 from quartile 4, because you know the authors, their names are not in English, right? They have their Hungarian name, or I don't know, we cannot read, right? Okay, and some of them do not accept paper in our field. Okay, in Thailand, right? So this is a good opportunity for us, right? So pay attention to this. In Thailand, even though you are not Thai, right, Mary, feel free to submit, because they are international journals, right? And they accept paper from international authors, right? There are many, right, other Thai Scopus journals, right? In addition to these 3, okay, let me talk about this first, and then I go back, right? In Thailand, in our fields, in language education and applied linguistics, there are 3 journals that are indexed in Scopus. The first one, this is according to the order of getting index in Scopus. Phasa from July is the oldest one, is the oldest journal in Thailand, addressing the topic in ELT, and now it's indexed in Q2 นะครับ in language and linguistics, Q3 in education. Learn journal is the new kid to the block. We are the newest here, so we are in Q3 in language and linguistics, and we are in Q4 in education. Reflection got indexed the last, right? And it's waiting to be assigned for Thai soon, maybe this coming June, right? Maybe it's going to be Q2 or Q3 because, you know, it's long, it is a long history journal, right? To increase your opportunity, let me introduce you guys to these journals, right? You can submit your papers to Kasetsat Journal of Social Science. I like this journal a lot, right? The editorial team is very efficient. They work very quickly, right? And they allow you to even propose reviewers' name, right? But you know, maybe you propose 2 or 3, but they might or they might not take your reviewers you suggested, right? Okay, and the review process is not too long, right? Maybe after 2 or 3 months of submission, you know the results, right? And after that, they ask you to revise. After you revise, they maybe it's like it will take you like 1 month to get accepted, right? So it's good, but you will never see your paper published until maybe 10 or 12 months later because it has such a long queue, right? They publish 3 issues a year, so it's quite a lot. 3 issues a year and around 35 articles per issue, right? But you know, because the journal is very well known and they accept papers from different kinds of social science, including language studies. You understand my point, right? It's not difficult. The staff is efficient. Everyone loves the journal. So the journal is popular, right? So that's why there are more manuscripts coming from everywhere in the world, right? Even in other fields like marketing, economics, history, philosophy, right? Okay, but the competition is not very high, but the waiting time is very high, right? ABAC journal, it is indexed in Q1. I don't think ABAC journal is our good outlet anymore because, you know, in the past they accepted paper in language studies, but right now they tend to accept more papers in business, right? Yeah, but you know, if you are doing something related to business like business English or teaching English in marketing, something like that, maybe you have more chance to get accepted, right? Okay, Manusaya, right? Manusaya means humanities, right? That's the Journal of Humanities, and you know it's published by Chulalongkorn University. But you know they don't usually accept papers in language teaching. But if you are doing something like linguistics or applied linguistics, right, you are more likely to get accepted. You can try. Or HUSOC by Silapakorn University. Again, this one hasn't been assigned any quartile, but it's going to get quartile soon, right? HUSOC stand for Humanities, Arts and Social Sciences Studies, right? So see, apart from these 3 journals, you still have 4 more. So altogether, at least 7 journals, right? 7 journals that accept papers in our field. And also, you know, the next one is Thammasat review. You know, at Thammasat, there is another journal, yeah, that is hosted by Thammasat University, and they accept paper in all fields, right? That's called Thammasat review. Okay, that's now included in Scopus. Okay. I think we should take a break, right? Okay, before we take a break, right, I would like to hear from you. Any question or comments?
Okay, now let us have one question, please, before taking the break.
Ajahn Tien, I would like to hear your voice, Ajahn Tien. Ajahn Tien from ประโคนชัย from ประโคนชัย
ใครนะครับอาจารย์
อาจารย์วิภาพรอาจารย์เทียน
อาจารย์นิพาพร
from ประโคนชัย
from ประโคนชัย so there are two อาจารย์ from ประโคนชัย right
You always wake me up.
Yeah, to wake you up. Would you like to ask a question, please?
Question, because when I listen to a professor, I always think a lot. How can I submit and how can they don't reject me? I think a lot because of if we not good at writing, that means it's very hard to. I think that can you suggest suggest me about the tip to write and to
first of all, right, I think you can improve your writing in general, right? To improve your writing, you have to read a lot, right? Read research articles, right? Because the more you read, the more you will become familiar with the style and try to, I would like to say study. I don't like the word copy, right? Because actually you cannot copy, but look at the way, the way they use the language, right? I myself, right, I have been reading a lot of research papers in my field in corpus linguistics, second language acquisition, and I have seen how do they argue, how do they present some opposing viewpoints, how do they discuss the findings. You can learn from the real examples, right? So so that's the way to help you, right? And my point is that you think about the content first and try your best to present the contents in a clear way, right? In as clearly as you can, right? And try to make the language sound as academic as you can. And then after you are happy, โทษนะฮะอาจารย์ข้างบ้านหลังบ้านผัดพริก แอร์ไม่มีแอร์หลังบ้านเป็นร้านอาหารอาจารย์เขาชอบผัดพริกนะอาจารย์แล้วก็เลยคือ so you have to make sure that right the paper has the best content that is the most satisfactory for you, right? And after that you may ask native speakers, right? Maybe hire them, but make sure that they are native speakers who are teaching academic writing, because these people would be used to or familiar with academic writing, and they are going to help you upgrade your language. This is to make sure, or not make sure, but increase your chance to get published in good journals. Right?
Thank you, Professor.
Don't submit the first draft, right? Some people submit the first draft containing a lot of errors to the journal just to get rejected, right? So I think number one, right, make sure that your study is good enough, the quality of your study is good, right? There is nothing wrong, the research design is correct, the finding is good, right? And writing comes later, okay? Right, writing comes later. At least because I think you have moreได้เปรียบ you have more advantage than the other in other field, because those who are in other fields who are not very keen on English at all, they it's very difficult for them to get their papers published in international journals because they cannot write in English at all. Even if they wanted to get it translated, it would be even difficult because number one, it's going to be very expensive, and number two, not many translators would accept the job, right? Accept the work, even though you pay a lot, because if they are not in the field, right, they won't translate, right? At Thammasat, right, there are some ajahns who accept some translation job, right, work, but they don't accept the translation work in the fields that they are not very keen on, right? Okay, so Ajahn Vipapon, don't worry, right? Finally, you are going to publish anyway, right? Okay, so right now, I just share with you today, just only the tips, right? The tips. Maybe you don't have to understand everything that I share with you today, but just think about this, and after you have studied for 1 or 2 more years, right? After you get everything, you come back, right, and watch my video, or at that time maybe I may give a talk again, right? So here, yeah, believe me,
Okay.
sometimes, right, believe me, when I first studied my PhD, right, I had little knowledge about publication, and at that time, no one was very keen on publishing, right? You know, at Jula at that time, right, people could get published just with only one proceeding articles, right? Yeah, and for me, yeah, for me, I was a bit more ambitious. I got my paper published in Thai Index Journal, and that's at that time it was okay, right? But it's long time ago in 2010, right? But believe me, sometimes something that you don't understand now, you will understand much better, right? This is going to rise over time. When you grow more research ideas, right? You see more chance to get your papers published. Right now, think about focus on your dissertation first, right?
Thank you, Professor. I believe you. I believe you. Okay, thank you for cheering up. Thank you so much.
Yes.
Professor, please,
yes.
may I?
Yes,
may
Mary,
I
Ajahn Mary.
Yes, Professor. Is there any criteria or step we will have to follow to be able to publish in HUSOC-BRU or 2 or 2.3? For example, I mean, in the abstract, we will have to follow 5 moves for 2.1.
Right.
Is there
right.
any criteria?
There are many others. I'm going to share everything with you soon, right after the break, right? In the later slides, right? Yeah, abstract is one of them. Another thing is like language quality, and next is like the quality of the literature. It must not be too old-fashioned, for example, right? I mean, you have to review recent studies, right? Okay, and
Yes.
there are many other criteria that I'm going to share with you, right? Okay, don't worry, right? It's in the next slides. Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much for the first portion of this afternoon session, Associate Professor Dr. Supakorn Phoocharoensil. Okay, it's now time for the afternoon coffee break, and then we'll come back at 2:55. 2:55 is okay. Thank you very much. Have a good time in the break.
Thank you.
Welcome back ค่ะ Big James
Welcome back.
Welcome back ค่ะอาจารย์
Welcome back นะครับเดี๋ยวรอเพื่อนอีกแป๊บหนึ่งนะ
Yes
วันนี้พูดทั้งวันเลยคอแห้งเดี๋ยวไปเอาซื้อน้ำจับเอง
You inspire us a lot today.
Oh, really? Thank you very much. Right, you all are, very attentive today. And I love your questions, right? Especially, we have to thank Ajahn Ek for the very nice question. Many questions that Ajahn Ek asked. They are very useful.
Yes, very
they help
useful.
to think, right?
Because sometimes when we listen, we are not so sure yet of like how our paper in the future will look like. But after listening to you, we get a better picture.
Right. You are luckier. You are much luckier. When I study my PhD, no one helped me, right? And at that time, right, people were not very active in publishing. So
Yes.
it's like we work on our own way, right? So that there was no such any training in writing publication. So we had to train ourselves. And even my advisor said, "Oh, Supakorn, you just work your own way, right? And find some journals to get published, right?" And we could, right? But I think you are luckier, and it's very good that you have a
It's
chance.
very good that we have a guidance, like someone to show us how to get there,
Right.
and show giving your experiences is very useful.
Yes, right. So try to apply what I share with you, and even after the session, right? I mean, you can contact me. I'll give you my email address. So you can feel free to email me, and don't forget to introduce yourself.
Yes.
supakorn.p@litu.tu.ac.th, right? So here's my correct email, right? The official one. So I put it in the chat box. Litu stands for Language Institute, Thammasat University. While at Jula, they use the word Kuli. Kuli means Chulalongkorn University Language Institute, right? But actually they are the same. They are the same. When I first started my work at Litu, at that time it was sometimes called Tuli, right? But some people told me that Tuli sounds bad. It sounds like Tuli in Thai, which means dust. That's why they prefer to be called Litu, and we have been using Litu since then. Okay, so right. Actually, we organize many free webinars online, right? So, I always share this with Ajahn Ek, right? And Ajahn Ek will also share this with you also, right? Or even some other webinars,
we
posted elsewhere, right?
Yes, we have joined your webinar lots of the time. Ajahn Ek will always inform us to participate.
Oh, thank you very much. Thank you. Right.
It's very useful. Like joining webinar is like updating our knowledge and the trends in research. So we know like what other people are doing. So we know like what is in trend.
Right. And try to attend conferences, right? Two things that I have learned a lot is, number one, attend webinar. And right now, webinar is free and you don't have to move. You can just attend webinar, at home, right? So everything is convenient. Number two, try to present and also attend conferences, no matter whether it's on site or online, because it's like you are shopping around. When you go to conferences, right? Number one, you hear the keynote speaker speeches, you learn from the plenary speakers, and then you can choose which topics you would like to hear, right? To listen to, right? It's good because the people that are scholars like you, they are graduate students, they are maybe colleagues from other universities, or maybe those who are from international universities, and they are going to share with you their research findings, new methodology, and all of these are inspiring, right? So I learned a lot. When I went to one conference, right? I would learn something new, right? Some new methodology, some new areas, some new topics, right? And you can keep yourself updated, keep abreast of the recent trends in ELT, right? Okay, so that's good. So you study with ใครนะอาจารย์เอก right? อาจารย์นวมินทร์อาจารย์อะไรอาจารย์สวรส right? ใช่ไหมครับทั้ง3ท่าน อาจารย์มีท่านใดอาจารย์สุรชัยอาจารย์คัมภีรภาพ
อาจารย์สุรชัยอาจารย์ชูเกียรติ
ชูเกียรติ
Oh, Ajahn Chukiet as well, right?
Yes.
Ajahn Chukiet is very nice. I remember he was the one from Buriram that I met because he drove to the airport to pick me up in 2014, right? Yeah, and at that time I had to send the MA student my picture. It's like, you know, I send the picture and they say, oh, and you know, in the picture, yeah, at that time I had like some spiky hair. And, you know, at that time I went there with my mom and I said, Mom, you know, I had to, we have to make sure that I'm wearing the same hair because otherwise they cannot match. But actually, you know, Buriram Airport is not that busy, right? There is only one flight, maybe 2 flights a day. So, you know, they won't mistake me for other people, right? It's a small airport, but I love that, right? That's a pity. Ajahn Ek, I will keep you updated about our conference, you know, maybe in the future when the situation gets better. You know, Ajahn, I received an email from Lynn Flowerdew, one of the plenary speakers that we approached. And she said, Supakorn, right, please keep me updated about the conference. I'm ready now. I said, you are ready, but we are not still ready, right? Because in Thailand, you know, the reported cases are increasing in number, right? But I think the situation is more or less the same in the UK. You know, Lynn Flowerdew is from UK. She specializes in ESP and corpus linguistics, right? But she wanted to come to Thailand, right? But you know, maybe you know it might not be easy to do that, right? Or maybe we can do hybrid, hybrid. I think in the future, right, the on-site, I mean entirely on-site conferences would be reduced in number. I think people would prefer to have hybrid conferences, right? It's easier, right? It's easier. Maybe you can do your research and get it presented somewhere, right? International conferences. Okay. So let me continue, right? And I hope to finish by 3:40. So you know, I will open the floor for you for any questions, right? I know you must be tired, right? Usually you are weekend students, right? Or you are weekday students?
Weekend, we study
Weekend, right?
Saturday
You study
and
on
Sunday.
Saturday and Sunday, so the same thing as Thammasat, right?
And on the weekday we are lecturer.
Right. The same thing.
Yes.
Thing. You know, at Thammasat, our PhD students do the same, right? Yeah, on the weekday they teach. On the weekend, they are our students, right? Yeah, and they complain a lot. They say, "Oh, Ajahn, how can I struggle? How can I survive?" But you know, eventually they are successful. So I give you moral support, right? If other people can do, you will be able to do that, right? Of course, right? It needs a lot of effort, patience, understanding from your friend, from your family, and from yourself, right? But you know, no pain, no gain, right? As an old saying goes, right? So you know, to reach your goal, you need to maybe, you know, cry. No, don't worry, right? Let me share the screen, นะครับ okay. So here, yeah, this is when where I stopped before we took a break, right? What to consider when choosing a journal? Number one, we have to look at the aim and scope, right? We have to look at the archives and current issue. Aim and scope means what is the journal concerned with, right? As I said, maybe your paper is very good, but you get rejected just because you submit it to a wrong journal, right? For example, if you are doing your research on writing, but you submit your paper to something like the Journal of Pragmatics, right? And you don't have any implications to pragmatics, right? You won't get rejected, right? Okay. And sometimes the journals, the aim and scope of which is broader, like the Journal of Humanities, the Journal of Social Science, would be easier to consider your paper, right? Because you know they accept papers from different fields. If you are not so sure, right, or if you want to know the quality of the paper that journal accepts, I would suggest that you browse through the issues that they have published earlier, right? Look at the current issues or archives. Archive is like, you know, the past issues that they publish, right? So you can explore, right, what they have published earlier, right? And you can get some ideas whether or not your paper has met the standard of the journal or not, right? So for example, when I browse through good journals like TESOL Quarterly, maybe I say, oh, the quality is, you know, maybe too high, right? So maybe I try some other journals, right? Or maybe you can see, oh, this journal, right, is not too difficult, right? The journal accepts small scale study. So I think, you know, my PhD dissertation is better. So it should be accepted, right? So you have some more moral support, right? You can look at the turnaround. Turnaround time means the total time that you spend, right? So if you want to get published in good Scopus journal, you should have at least 6 months. Don't underestimate, right? Some of you, right? Maybe you think, okay, I will finish my study in 6 years, but no, you cannot do that. Maybe you need to have like 5 to 6 months for your paper to be considered, accepted, and published, right? Especially if you aim at publishing in good journals, you need to devote some time to that. And the publication frequency. So, you know, submit your papers to journal that publish at least twice a year, right? Because, you know, or maybe even more, right? Because this means you would have a chance to see your paper soon, right? And the number of articles is also important, right? If it publishes like 4 or 5 articles per issue, and it publishes 2 issues per year, maybe you have to wait along, right? Maybe, you know, for some journals, the editor, they don't have strong editorial team. There are just only some people joining the editorial staff. So they are capable of publishing only 5 articles per issue, right? They don't want to work too much, right? Okay, and you know, publication fee, right? Some journals require publication fee, some require submission fee. So it depends, right? I don't object to paying as long as the rate is reasonable. I think 3,000 USD or 4,000 USD should be okay if it's a good journal index in Scopus นะครับแป๊บหนึ่งนะครับ Okay, let's move on. So some journals require submission fee, right? For example, เกษตรศาสตร์ เกษตรศาสตร์ journal or KJSS that I mentioned earlier, they require submission fee for 3,000 baht, right? But that's it, right? It doesn't guarantee that your paper would be accepted. But if your paper is accepted, you don't have to pay more. So I think it's reasonable. Okay, so sorry. Look at the database, right? The database that is widely accepted is Scopus, ERIC, Web of Science, right? And you know, there are many other databases, but they are not relevant to our field. Maybe they are more related to pure science, right? In Thailand, we accept TCI Tier 1 and Tier 2. Right, ACI or ASEAN Citation Index is not very well accepted because, you know, not many Thai people know that, right? Okay, so it depends on the condition of your university and condition for your graduation, right? So if the curriculum or หลักสูตร says you need to have your paper based on your dissertation published in international journals, right? You have to make sure that the journal that you want to submit your manuscript to is indexed in those acceptable journals, right? Or if you want to get your assistant professorship or associate professorship, yeah, check the criteria of Mahesi or the Ministry of Education, Ministry of Higher Education, Kasung Udom, right? Because, you know, they keep changing. Sometimes, you know, they say, okay, this database is allowed. And then a few years later, they say it is not okay, right? Okay. Now, so this is the picture from the journal that I'm the editor-in-chief of. Learn Journal stands for Language Education and Acquisition Research Network. So the first thing that you look at aim and scope, or about the journal. So, you know, if you are interested in submitting your manuscript to Learn, right, make sure that your paper is in the field of second or foreign language acquisition, language testing, language assessment, right? ESP, EAP, ELF, standing for English as a lingua franca, or even applied linguistics, right? Teacher training, innovations, language planning. Usually, once you submit it to the journal, right? I have two associate editor, right, to help me, and we are going to do an initial screening, right? We are going to look at the quality of your paper and the quality of your writing. If the research design is wrong, or if we see that many things are missing, that paper is subject to rejection, right? It's going to be rejected outright. But if we think the quality is good enough, or maybe it's not excellent, but you know it can still be improved, right? You will receive an email from us telling you to maybe revise something, or maybe submit it to another system called Editorial Manager or EM by Elsevier, right? So you wait and see, right? And then you submit it to our journal, and you know the review process would start. But you know, because we have received around, let's say, 60 to 80 submissions per month, right? That's quite a lot. So we are working very hard, but we cannot work every day because, you know, our editorial staff members are lecturers. So, you know, we have to prioritize our current job, which is teaching, right? So maybe, you know, at night or in our free time, we are going to have a look and have some meeting for screening, right? Okay, now here, that's the same. And we publish twice, but we welcome submissions all year round. So you can feel free to submit your papers to us at any time, right? But we publish in January and in July, right? So the timing is important. So for example, if you submit your paper in November, so you will never have it published in January issue, you know what I mean, right? Only 2 months is not enough, right? Maybe you have to wait until the next July. But you know, it depends. Sometimes, right, the review process takes only 2 or 3 months, but the writer gets major revision. Major revision means there are a lot to revise, and that's why maybe the writer got shocked and, you know, they disappeared, right? Or maybe they even wrote back to me and say, hi editor, you know, there are a lot of comments to address, right? So you maybe, and we are too busy, so maybe I want to have like half a year to revise. So that's okay, right? So we wait, right? Another thing that you have to take into consideration is submission categories, right? Look at the types of papers that each journal accepts. For example, Thasa journal, right? They accept 4 types of categories. Learn journal accept 3, right? We accept research articles, right? So if you write your paper summarizing the main points from your PhD dissertation, so this is going to be a research article. The research article contains all the components that we discussed this morning, right? Introduction, literature review, methodology, findings, conclusion, right? Article is like review. It's like, you know, critical review. But is often rejected, right? Because some people, some authors just submit their review without giving any critique or any viewpoint on that, right? Or maybe the theory that they are reviewing are too old, right? Obsolete theories, right? Or you can try book reviews, right? This is something good, right? Even though book review doesn't yield many results, right? You can find book review a good start to exercise your brain, exercise your writing skill, right? Because you are going to read a lot of books when you are doing your PhD project, right? Find the books that are recent. Yeah, the book like published this year or last year, make sure that they are new books, right? And write reviews. When you write reviews, you are not going to summarize the book, right? That's just part of it. But you are going to give some critical viewpoint, give some critique, what you think about the book, right? And you need to relate your review to the some previous studies or some book previously published, right? Okay. For research articles, we accept empirical studies based article, and the range should be around 4,000 to 7,000, not 8,000, right? We just changed it 2 months ago, right? We accept the article that the range of which is between 4,000 and 7,000 words, right? Yeah, so we don't allow to write too many words, right? Including references, notes, tables, figures, appendices, right? And you need to have an abstract of no longer than 200 words, right? So again, right, 200 words is like, this is like the something in between. There are some journals that would be more serious about the word number, and they say the abstract should not be longer than 150. But there would be some other journals that are generous and they welcome 250 word abstract, right? For learn, right, we choose something in between. Okay. For academic articles, right, this is like a thorough review of any current topic in language related disciplines, and they should provide discussions and debates on all issues related to the disciplines specified in about us or aim and scope. Usually the academic article should not be too long, like maybe 1,500 words to 4,000. In Thai, this is called บทความวิชาการนะครับ. Again, you need to have an abstract, right? And for book review, right, this is the shortest publication, right? This is critical review of recent books. Okay, look at the keyword, critical review. Not just review, but it has to include your critique, your comments, your criticism. And the book that you have chosen to review should be a recent one, right? And it should not exceed 1,500 words, including references, right? Okay, so maybe this can be an exercise for you if you want to try, right? Maybe while you are reading a lot for to prepare yourself for your PhD, right? You can start reading books, and after you have done some books, you can write reviews about that. Okay, these are hot topics in ELT. I got these topics from the website of British Council in 2019, 2020, and then I also added some topics that I have observed from the manuscripts that we received and we accepted for publication in Learn Journal, right? I'm doing some research on the research trends in ELT published in Thai Scopus journals as well, right? So you can take a look at this, right? Some of the topics are not very new, but they are current topics. Current means they are popular. And if you do research on this area, maybe you can have more chance to get published, right? But it doesn't mean that you have to do research on this area, right? Actually, you can do whatever you think is useful, whatever you like, and try to look at the new aspects to bridge the research gaps, right? You know, right now we are in the COVID-19 pandemic. People focus more on mobile learning or blended learning, right? Flipped classroom, as I mentioned this morning, gamification using game, right? Using game in language teaching, global Englishes, right? ELF,นะครับ, multiliteracies and translanguaging. Translanguaging is like using more than one language in language classroom to make students understand what teachers are imparting, right? EMI มีใครทราบไหมฮะ Does anyone know what EMI stands for?
English as a medium for instruction.
Yeah, English. Right now, it stands for English medium instruction. English medium instruction. English hyphen medium instruction. So it means the use of English in teaching, right? So it means maybe you can use English to teach anything in the world, right? Use English to teach math. Use English to teach sociology. Use English to teach geography, right? So the concept of EMI and CLIL are related. Okay. Andแป๊บหนึ่งนะพี่ยาวมีอีกนะบอกให้บอกเราขึ้นมามีเกี๊ยวด้วยโอเคโทษนะครับพอดีสั่งอาหารให้คุณพ่อเข้ามาส่งนะก็เลยให้พี่เลี้ยงถือขึ้นไปชีวิตในกรุงเทพก็อย่างเงี้ยนะไม่สามารถจะเดินไปซื้อข้าวเองได้มันลำบากนะฮะก็ต้องใช้โรบินฮูดนะจันที่บุรีรัมย์มีอะไรโรบินฮูดหรือไลน์แมนหรือ Grab หรือว่ามีเป็นยี่ห้อของถิ่นมีไหมฮะ
in Buriram we use Grab ครับอาจารย์
Oh, you use Grab, right? So
yes.
Grab is widely known, right? So in Bangkok we have Grab, but Grab is very expensive. We have Line Man, right? I think Line Man is okay, but Robinhood is the best. Robinhood, you know, the fee is cheap, right? It's very cheap, and you know it's very reasonable. So I love that, right? But you know, disadvantages is they don't have too many restaurants, right? Okay, blended learning, flipped classroom, learner autonomy. เดี๋ยวนะแป๊บหนึ่งนะครับโอเคพี่เราแล้วบอกไม่เอาเหรอโอเคไม่บอกว่าเกี๊ยวกุ้งหมูส่งโทษทีนะครับ พอดีอาหารมาส่งแล้วเขาหาไม่เจอถุงเดียวokay so you can also do research on one of these topics, right? But you know these are only some rough guidelines. Actually, you don't have to force yourself to do research on this, right? Or maybe you are doing something on writing, reading, or interlanguage pragmatics, and maybe you can merge some aspect of this into your study or whatsoever, as long as you can, right? Now, I'm going to share with you some top reasons for journal rejection, right? Actually, I am Professor Willie Renanya. I know all of you should know Willie Renanya, right? From Singapore, NIE, National Institute of Education. We have been good friends for a number of years, right? And he is one of the best teachers, a very understanding professor, right? So, in the website, right? You can just click, that is his web page, นะครับ and we list 12 reasons for journal rejection, right? This is not to scare you, but this is to make you know, yeah, what are the main reasons why a manuscript is rejected, okay? So if we know, we should avoid getting rejected, right? Okay, can you think of any reason? Okay, I want to hear from you. Why, when you submit a manuscript, right? And what are the reasons why your manuscript can get rejected? When it gets rejected, there are two stages. Number one, it gets rejected right away, right? We say desk rejection. This means the desk of the editor. So when the editor turn on the computer, right, and they say, oh my gosh, this one is very bad paper, and the editor reject it themselves, right? That's called desk rejection on the initial stage, right? The second stage is like, okay, the editor and the editorial team think that, okay, the manuscript is good in some way, right? It should be sent out to peer reviewers, right? So usually they are going to use 2 peer reviewers, right? There are some journals that use 3 or even more reviewers to look at the paper, right? Okay, can you think of any reason for journal rejection?
Yes, Professor. Okay,
yes.
For the date rejection, the top reason for me is our manuscript does not respond to the aims or the scope.
Very good, right? That's the first reason. It doesn't fit the aim and scope, right? It doesn't mean our paper is bad, right? Yeah, I remember 2 or 3 years ago, I received one manuscript, right? It's written in very beautiful English, right? But it's about teaching mathematics. So we cannot accept that. You know, I wrote back at that time, you know, we were not very busy. I wrote back to the author and say, unfortunately, we could not accept your paper for consideration because it doesn't fit our aim and scope. And you know, the writer wrote back and said, your journal is learned. I think it learns everything. I said, no, it's just an acronym, right, for language education, blah, 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 right? So we know that the writer did not study the aim and scope well. Or, you know, the other day I got some paper about, you know, the language of parrots. You know, parrots can communicate, right? But, you know, it doesn't fit the aim and scope of learn either, right? So we reject the paper, right? Or we got some papers on Mangkonyok, right? On Chinese TV series, Chinese novels, and, you know, it doesn't fit the aim and scope either. So it has to be rejected, right? Yeah, something like that. Okay. Any other reason?
I think the format.
Very good, right? The format. Can you elaborate on that, Kap Ajahn Silaprapha?
Like how it's organized, the title, like the each part, the name of each part, the numbers of words.
Right. Yeah, very
the
good.
Abstract,
right.
How many words in the abstract?
Right.
More than
all of them are
200, something like that.
Yeah, very good. Thank you, Kap Ajahn. Thank you for joining. Right. So all of them are like technical problems. If your paper is too long or too short, or you miss something, for example, you don't have literature review at all, or you don't have discussion, right? Yeah, sometimes, you know, we receive some papers that do not have discussion at all. So it's going to get rejected, right? Yeah. Or maybe, you know, even though we try to write back to the author and we say, please add discussion, the writer would reply that the discussion is there, right? So we know for sure that they don't understand, right? So, you know, the paper got rejected. So that's a pity, right? Okay, now we are going to look at the reason. Number 1, poor fit between your paper and the journal. So you have to carefully study the aim and scope of the journal. Otherwise, you know, it's going to subject to rejection. And number 2, don't do dated topics, right? There are many dated topics that you should avoid. For example, error analysis. You know, I myself am very keen on error analysis, but, you know, it's out. It was very popular in 1990s, in 1980s, but right now, if you want to analyze learner errors, you need to find some aspect, some new aspect, or some new approach. For example, use corpus-based approach for data collection, or find some new ways to analyze your data, right? But if you look at, you know, sentence level errors, the topic is quite obsolete, and, you know, it's very difficult to get published in good international journal, right? I'm not saying that if you do EA or error analysis, you cannot get published. You may, right? But maybe you have to try harder, and not very good journals would accept that. or some people want to do something about reading, right? But using schema is like, you know, background knowledge in teaching reading. This is something that is out. Or motivation has been thoroughly done so far, right? And integrative motivation is like the motivation that you want to be part of the English speaking society. For example, you want to move to Australia, you want to move to Canada or the United States and settle down there. Yeah, these people learn English intensively because they have integrative motivation. They want to be integrated as part of English speaking community, right? So, you know, these are examples of dated topics, right? Okay, try to look at something new, something that, that's why, you know, I say you need to explore the recent papers published in the last 5 years, because you are going to see the current trends, the current trends. Dated references. So this is something that I suggested, right? Like Ajahn Mary, so try to take out any references that are older than 20 years from now back then, right? So this year is 2022, right? So, you know, whatever you are citing should not be older than 2002, right? Or let's say before 2000, unless it's like the pioneering work in that field. You may cite some, right? But not something that is too old, right? Actually, when you cite previous related studies, right? Try to cite something that is maybe in the recent time, right? Yeah, 10 years, yeah, back then. And, you know, as I said, right, this is something that people often overlook, right? Some people are, maybe they are careless or arrogant. They think they are teaching English, they speak English very well, so they think there is no problem with them when they write English. But because, you know, we don't speak L1 English, right? Right. Maybe, you know, even though your paper is error-free, it doesn't have any grammatical error at all, there might be some problems on word choice, on style, right? But, you know, if your writing skill is not very strong, if your grammatical knowledge is not very strong, the problems could double, right? So don't worry, right? You don't have to write perfect English, right? But you have to submit perfect English to a journal. So ask a native speakers of English. It must be a native speaker of English, right? To have a look and help you edit, right? Maybe you need to pay them or give them some free meal, right? Because, you know, they are going to be willing to help us, right? I always pay, right? I pay my colleagues who are Americans or British because, you know, I expect them to have a thorough look at my paper, right? You know, they are going to help us correct all the errors in the paper and make sure that, right, the paper is of good quality. You can ask professional help from any excellent professional editors, right? Editor here doesn't mean editor of journal. Editor means language editing service provider, who are like native speakers. At Rajabhat Buriram, are there any native speakers of English?
Yes.
Oh, yes.
There are some native speakers, yes.
Oh, very good, right? So native speaker is okay. Native means real native, right? Americans, British, Australian.
Yes, Adan.
Okay, right. Thank you. Okay. Number 5, non-compliance of the journal guideline. So this one corresponds to what Ajahn Siraprapha has earlier mentioned. You know, all the journals have websites, and in the website, they include author guidelines. So you have to carefully study the author guidelines, right? Study the information about the length, the format, the referencing style, and you have to strictly conform to those guidelines, right? For example, if they say we are using APA, you must use APA. If they say we are using Chicago referencing style, you have to use Chicago, something like that, right? A very easy way is to download article style sheet template, right? Nah. Okay, so in this journal there's going to be a template. You just download the template and you type your text into the template. You don't have to care much about the font or whatever, just download the template. Or maybe if you have your article manuscript in Microsoft Word file, you can just copy and paste and make sure that you keep the article template. There would be some journals that are very strict. They say all the manuscript, like Learn is one of them. If you want to submit your manuscript to Learn, you need to put your articles in our journal template, style sheet template, right? Otherwise, we will not start the peer review, right? And weak literature. This is something that you should take into your consideration. We talk a lot about this in the morning, right? You need to make sure that you include sound theoretical framework. You need to have relevant past research studies that are recent, right? And you need to highlight a critical gap. Critical gap means the research gap. The research gap that your study wants to bridge, right? What is still missing, right? And then number seven is one of the most important reasons why your paper can get rejected. Most editors and reviewers look for studies with good research design. Good research design means, right, it depends on the quality of the instrument and how you conduct your study. For example, if you are doing an experimental study, let's say you are assessing the effectiveness of a teaching method, right? You should have at least maybe 2 groups. One would be control group, and the other would be the group receiving treatment. Is called an experimental group, right? If you reduce it to only 1 group, the effectiveness or the validity would be reduced, right? Or maybe sometimes it's wrong, right? I once got one manuscript and they say the student improved a lot in writing from the post-test, but in the paper it doesn't have pre-test. So how can they know that the student performed better? Because they look at the post-test, but there is no pre-test score. So that's very weak, right? Or in the survey, right? A survey is part of quantitative study, right? And if you want to run SPSS successfully, you need to have at least 30, right? 30 is the magic number for inferential statistics, right? But if you have like 18 students, even if you ran SPSS, right, the result would not be reliable. It means nothing, right? Okay. And as I said, inadequate discussion. This is a classic problem for new researchers like graduate students. When you discuss your findings, right, make clear you interpret the findings. Make sure from the data, from the result, from the table that you are presenting, what is the highlight of your data? What have you found? What have you found and what contribution does your study make? You should mention this, right? And also link your study to the findings from the previous studies. So you need to cite big names. You need to cite distinguished scholars in the fields, right? Okay. It's like, for example, if you are doing your research in vocabulary learning, right? You must cite Paul Nation, Norbert Schmidt. They are big names in the field. Yeah. So it's inevitable, right? So this is what reviewers are looking for, right? Usually, journal editors, they know a lot about expert in the field, right? So when you submit papers in whatever field, they are going to find experts who know very well the topic of submission, right? And this paper, they will look at your paper and they say, oh, why don't you cite this one? Why don't you cite him? Why don't you cite her? And they will reject your paper, right? So make sure, don't worry, you will know who the big name is if you do sufficient literature review. So when you get the review result, usually there are 5 possibilities, right? accept with no revision. This is too good to be true. You know, Professor Paul Masuda, right? Professor Paul Masuda gave a talk at Thammasat the other year, and he said, you know, even full professors like him, he needs to revise his manuscript, right? Yeah, because you know, maybe we get some feedback, and you know, from the feedback, we know how to revise our paper to make it have better quality, right? Okay, minor revision means the best, right? Minor revision means, okay, your work is good enough, right? But maybe you should add something, or you should discuss something in a stronger way, or you should add some table, you should delete this, something like that, right? So that's called minor revision. The core stuff is good, right? But you need to make some adjustments. Major revision is like, you know, this one is a bit scary because maybe they have some doubt about your study, and they want you to clarify or elaborate on something, right? Or they want you to clearly explain something, right? But don't give up, right? Sometimes I got major revision, maybe because, you know, when I wrote my manuscript, yeah, I did it too quickly, right? So that's okay. I spent more time revising, right? But if you get resubmit is similar to reject, right? Resubmit is like your work is not very satisfactory in reviewers' opinions, right? And they say, okay, please resubmit, right? But it doesn't guarantee that when you resubmit your revised version, they would accept that, right? Sometimes, you know, as an editor, if I get one manuscript and I ask reviewers to look at, if one reviewer say reject and the other say resubmit, but you know, we are going to look at the reason. If the first one they say reject and they provide 8 reasons why the paper is not appropriate, and the next one, maybe the next one is more polite. He used the term resubmit, but you know, maybe he gives even more reasons than the first one, right? So here the editor will choose reject, right? Because you know, we cannot see any chance for the paper to get improved, right? Okay, but again, right, if one reviewer say, okay, this paper is good, minor revision, but the second one is quite tough. The second reviewer is tough, and they say major revision. So as an editor, we are going to see, so which reviewer is more more realistic, right? Okay, and you know, we have to make a decision, right? Okay, if you get rejected, don't worry, right? Take the comments to revise your paper, and after you revise your paper, submit it to another journal, right? So this is normal, right? If anyone says to you that I have never been rejected, they lie. That's a big lie, because they have never submitted it to any journal, right? Or maybe they got rejected for hundreds of times. Maybe you know something that before we end this session and allow you to ask question, Bill's list, right? This guy is Professor Bill. Professor Bill, Professor Bill is from the University of Colorado from the United States, and he was the one who developed a list of questionable journals. And you know, he said, you know, to his concern, right, the journals that are of questionable quality, right, increase in numbers over time. From 2013, 2014 to 2016, you know, the number of these are bogus or predatory, right? Predatory means they want to make money from you, right? And they publish your bad articles just, you know, to get money out of you, something like that. You know, this business is like gray area business, and this business is thriving, is becoming more and more well known, right? And there are many journals that are of bad quality, right? Okay, so Professor Bill develop the list. And you know, there was one time when the Ministry of Education said, you know, they accept Bill's list. If you or if any Thai scholars publish in Bill's list, they are not allowed to submit their papers for promotion, for academic titles. So that's scary, right? But later on, Professor Bill terminated his Bill's list. He said no more Bill's list. I stopped doing this because he was sued, right? That's what I heard, right? He canceled everything in his website as if it no longer exists, right? But right now, if you want to look at Bill's list, I think there are some websites that still keep his list, right? There are both standalone journals. There are both some publishers that are questionable, right? So Bill's list is something that people still talk about, right? He gave a talk in Thailand. I remember I attended his talk at Mandarin Hotel near Samyat, near Chula, right? And at that time, he was very well known. And you know, one of the audience asked him whether or not he was afraid of being sued. He said, no, yeah, I am not at all scared of being sued because I have a very good team of lawyers at the university. But you know, a few months later, he terminated. He stopped right updating his list, and he said, okay, there's no more Bill's list, right? Yeah, these are some characteristics of questionable journals. Okay, so these journals know that graduate student like you, PhD student, you want to graduate, so they are going to, you know, charge you some money in return for your paper getting published. So you have to be careful. If they, maybe, you know, you will receive some spam, some email spam in your mailbox, right? Or inbox, they will say, okay, publish with us, fast peer review process. Almost all of these journals want to make money out of you, right? They are going to charge you sometimes high publication fees, or sometimes not very high publication fees. But you know, the journals are indexed in, you know, low class databases. They have fake impact factors. They say that, hey, we have high citation, but the impact factors are the fake one, right? And they accept papers of multidisciplinary. So this is bad, right? Usually, there are some journals that accept something like Haas Journal. They accept papers in humanities. Thammasat have social science, right? They accept any papers in social science. But you know, if you see any journals that accept papers in every field, so in one issue, you see music study, you see religion study, you see linguistics, you see sports science, you see chemistry, you see physics. So, right, please doubt it. Doubt the credibility of the journal, right? And you know, some journals publish low quality. Yeah, look at this. Maybe you cannot read everything. It's very small, right? But what I like to highlight is, you know, I blind the writer's name and the journal's title, right? I don't want to get sued like Professor Bill, right? But at least you can see this is not in our field, right? But soil as an indicator of natural processes in the South Arrow Sea region. Okay, yeah. Abstract. Okay, look at the abstract. What's wrong with the abstract?
It's too short.
Too short,
It's
right?
so
It's too
short.
short, right?
Yes.
Yeah, you don't have to waste your time thinking about how many moves, right? Because it has just, you know, 2 sentences. How can an abstract have two sentences, right? And you know, introduction. Okay, introduction is the first part. What comes as the second part?
Method.
But here, does it have method?
This one is result.
It doesn't, right?
It
Introduction,
has result.
and then it jumps to result. So amazing, right? Yeah, they don't have literature review, they don't have method. They just jump to result. And you know, if you read in detail, you can see a lot of grammatical errors, right? And you can see the non-academic style of writing. Yeah, look at the second paragraph.
Yes.
As you know, you cannot use as you know in academic writing, right? But you know, this journal, now you can assess the quality of this particular journal. It must be bad journal. And you know, in Thailand right now, there are many there are many universities that are not aware of this. Yeah, and they allow their faculty members, they allow their lecturers to publish in these journals, right? So you know, some professors, some university lecturers would boast of publishing in international journals. Like, I publish in 15 international journals a year. But you know, when I take a look, I got shocked, right? Because I said, oh my gosh, right? It contains a lot of errors, right? And believe me, right? Even though you might get awarded from the university, you will fail, right? When you ask for your academic title, right? Because the readers would not tolerate this. So the best way is to avoid getting published, getting your papers published in these bogus or predatory journals, right? So here, this is the final word, right? According to Lee, in a game, our goal is to win. In the publishing game, our goal is to get published, right? So that's the main aim, right? That's the final goal that we have set. But we do not always win. So it means sometimes we get rejected, right? So this is something that we have to accept as a fact of life, okay? Sometimes we win, sometimes we fail, but no, don't give up, right? Never give up, right? Strive, try harder, right? And learn some way to get your papers published, right? So I hope that today you can take my advice. You can take some tips that I shared with you as an editor, as you know, research article writers, right? To come up with a very good paper, right? Okay, and I hope all of you will become successful in writing your research articles and get published in Scopus journals. Okay, now we still have time for questions.
Okay, Professor, I do have 2 questions.
Yes, Ajahn.
Okay, the first one is that, okay, for Thai university libraries, we have licensed with many databases like ProQuest, for example.
Yes.
But why do the Office of the Civil Service Commission, the GOCOR, right, announced in the government gazette for only 7 international databases?
That's a good question, right? Actually, they rely on TCI, right? Yeah, I think since then, right? You know, TCI, we have to accept the standard of TCI to some extent, right? Because you know TCI is in the field, right? So